OtisWho music. OtisWho music. OtisWho music. OtisWho music. OtisWho music.
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis.
Hey, 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 hey. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Hey, hey, hey. I know you hear me. I know you hear me. Not too many people watching right now, but I know you hear me. This is the OtisWho podcast. I am your host, OtisWho.
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis.
I'm here. Thank you guys for tuning in to another episode of the OtisWho podcast. It is Wednesday, Hump Day. Whatever. Who came up with that Hump Day? Whatever. It's Hump Day. If you don't know, I am here in the Midwest, St. Louis, right in the middle of the country, St. Louis, Missouri. It is 70 something degrees outside. Beautiful day. Actually, I'm lying. It's a little rainy out. It's going to be a beautiful day. It's going to clear up. We're just here chilling. My guest is in the background, getting this stuff situated, getting everything set up. So you already know who's going to be my guest today. We're going to have a great conversation. Very enlightening, as it always is. But thank you guys for tuning in. We're just here chilling. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Before I get started, you know how we do. Please hit the like button. Hit the share button. I appreciate it. The icons that are above me, which I don't know why it's double. Give me 1 second here. Why is it playing double there? I don't understand. Yeah, why you doing that? Okay, I know why it's doing that. That's why. Okay, give me 1 second here. And turn that off. Okay, there you go. Yes, 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 yes. You notice the icons above me. Obviously, just hit the icons, follow, like, subscribe, do what you need to do. I appreciate it so much. Hit the QVR code if you feel the show is worthy. Buy your man a cup of coffee. Support the show. I do have a coffee habit. It is what it is. You ready, sir? You ready? Okay, cool, cool, cool. All right. It is lunchtime here in St. Louis. If you're on the East Coast, it is a little bit after 1. If you're on the West Coast, it's 10 or 11, depending on where you at. So I know it's early. I'm not going to keep you long at all. I'm going to bring up my guest. But hold on, whoa. I can't do this, though. I'm sorry. I'm not going to get off my own platform and not get off my own routine. You know what I do. I'm sorry. Then I'm going to bring them up. I have to play my song. No further ado. Let's go. And after this song is over with, we getting right into it. Let's ride.
It ain't gonna work. The weapon may come, but it ain't gonna work. The weapon may fall, but it ain't gonna work. No. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. It won't work. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. No, it won't. No, it won't. It won't work. I want you to know God will do what He said He's gonna do. He will stand by His word. He will come through. No weapon formed against you. It may try, but it won't. It can't harm you. It won't work.
Yes. That is my theme song. Every time I wake up, every morning for the last 3-4 months, I play that song while I'm in the bathroom doing what I do when you first wake up. You know how I go, brush your teeth, shit, shower, shave, all that. Got to hear it. You know who it is, what's going on. Glad to have you, man. Everybody know what it says. That is the infamous Thomas Legacy. Yes. And also too, thank you for letting me know. It is your birthday. Happy born day to you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm glad you
Yes,
found the time to
sir.
come through on your birthday to spend just a little time with me. I'm for real. I appreciate you. Look at you. I'm not getting
Yes, sir.
I'm not getting mad.
D-Day.
You good? What's going on, man?
What's good, man? Otis who?
Yes,
What's
yes.
good? Shout out to the chat. Everybody's listening right now. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Otis who? Shout out to you. Oh, sorry, my brother. Let me get myself back in order.
Yeah, yeah.
Shout out to you, brother. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, yeah, we
Today's my
good.
b-day, and it's a coincidence. Today's my b-day. Sharon's birthday today too. So
Yeah,
I'm
oh
like,
yeah,
okay,
homeboy over there on the Sharon Bracelet show. Yeah, he's live over there
yeah,
right
his
now. They
birthday
over there talking.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
yeah.
is.
They over there talking their shenanigans as usual. You know how it go.
As usual,
In
as
the damn
usual,
show over there. Hey,
as
yeah,
usual.
you gotta love it. Take it for what it is. It is what
Yeah.
it is. But I'm glad we here. We're doing what we do. It's been a while since you've been on the platform. I'm pretty sure you've been doing some things, great things. Of course, I've been following your channel as usual. I know you've
Yes.
been making some progress over there, getting remedies as usual, doing what you do. I just want to just touch base with you and everything because it's been a while. We could talk about whatever you want
Yeah.
to talk about. The floor is definitely yours, but I just want you to just, if you don't mind, just let the people know what you've been up to. You know, whatever you feel like sharing and letting, and what you want to let the people know. The floor is yours, sir.
Well, okay. We'll get into that, but um, if you would, if you don't mind,
Oh, well, talk to
just
me. Oh,
request if
we got to do
there's
that.
any if there's anything that you want my opinion on over what's
Okay.
been transpired for the past month. If you want to get that, we can move that on the next segment.
Okay.
You can let me know, or you know what I'm saying,
I got you.
what's
Oh, you must
everything
want
that's
to
been
talk about. Oh,
transpired.
you must want to talk about something in particular. Talk to me. What's up? You must have something to talk about.
No, no,
What's
no,
up?
no, no. Well, not just it's not just that only, but I'm still
Hmm.
going to enlighten everybody. You know what I do. You know
I
what's
know
going
for
on.
sure.
Drop some
Yes.
information. But
Hmm.
if there's anything that you like would want my opinion or take on, because we haven't I haven't given my public take on all the events that transpired since the last month.
Oh, you mean
So
far as
if
like
you
far as
want
the stuff I've been part of, or
just
just
right,
oh,
yes,
you mean just
yes,
in general?
yes.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah,
Okay, I got
the
you.
past what's
Yeah,
been going on.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
I got
haven't
you.
given my public stance on it
Yeah, yeah,
yet.
yeah. Okay, I
And
got you for sure. But well, yeah. Okay, I got you. I don't mind going
yeah,
back, and that's
you
fine.
know, yeah.
I don't know. Listen, it's been so much. What topic in particular? Because I promise you, I don't care. Let's go. The floor open. Let's go ahead and have a
Uh,
conversation. Which one in particular?
of, of, of course, I've talked to you privately
Oh, okay,
about
got
it
you.
on the
Yes,
phone.
that one. Mm-hmm.
Right, I talked to you
That one.
privately about it.
Got you.
Um, I
The
let
one that
my
the one that started
I
about.
let my
Got you.
mom see it. Yes, I let my
You let your
mom see
mom
it.
see it.
My
Okay.
stepdad see it. Both of them are deacon. Both of them are deacon and deaconess at the church. I let my
Okay.
grandmother see it.
Okay.
She's 83, and all three are God-fearing individuals.
Okay.
Okay, God-fearing individuals.
Okay.
They don't have a dog in the fight. I
Right.
let my wife see it, and I asked my wife, "What is your take on based on what Otis described what happened with his first wife? What is your take?" I asked her, "What do you think?" And kind of shocked the hell out of me.
Mm-hmm.
I asked my wife, I said, "Do you think um, what Otis did, my wife first, did was wrong?" And she should be coming soon. So if she's here while we live, she could
Most
tell
definitely.
everybody, the whole
Most
world.
definitely. Most
Right.
definitely.
Uh, Not surprisingly, but surprisingly,
Mm-hmm.
if you get what I'm saying,
Mm-hmm.
her position on the information you shared, which I thought your intent with sharing it was to kind of like be a lesson or something like not to be like you did this, now you're this. I didn't think you, my personally, because who would come on a public platform to share it just to okay, I want to be
Mm-hmm.
ridiculed right now. So without talking to you before you shared it, when I
Mm-hmm.
first listened to it, I thought your intent was like, this is a learning lesson. There may be some gray areas and things of that nature. But when I asked my wife about it, I
Mm-hmm.
explained to her I gave the backdrop. and I explained to her everybody's response to it. My wife said, and I asked her, "Do you think Otis did anything wrong?" These are my wife's words.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. That's the way she was here, but I'm not sugarcoating. I'm not putting a 10 on a 2.
Right, I got you
Her
for sure.
wife's words was my wife's word out of her own mouth. I didn't lead her into answering how she wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
She said, my wife said that you did not blank her. She
Right,
said,
got you.
she said you didn't.
Right.
She
That
said you
didn't occur.
didn't.
Of course not. I got you for sure.
Right. She said you didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And out of her own mouth, she said, you're my husband. I'm your property. Like I'm your, yeah, you can't, in her words, these are her words.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't
Give
deny
it out. I got you, but
your
outside, I got
husband.
you.
You can't,
You can't.
yeah,
Right. You can't, and vice versa. You
yeah,
can't.
you
Right.
can't you can't
Yeah.
deny. This is her word. I did not get her to say it. I did not try to influence.
I
This is
got
her
you.
words. You
Mm-hmm.
cannot deny your unless it's. She said, unless like I'm on my period, I'm cramping, or things of that
Obvious
nature. Where
stuff. We talking
the
about
obvious,
the basic obvious shit. Got you.
the
Got
obvious
you.
shit.
Obvious, of course, most definitely, and
Right.
that's not surprising. And
My
again,
wife,
go ahead.
right. It's not surprising,
Go ahead. I'm not gonna
right?
talk.
Because when my wife is on her cycle, not when my wife is on the cycle, it's just a no-fly zone for around that time period. Or when she's extra tired or whatever. Now, if I was to be like, "Come on, babe, come on," she'll be like, "All right." But if she's really tired, I don't. I just roll
And we
over,
all
put
we
my
all get
headphones on.
come on now, right?
I put my I put my headphones on. I don't get mad at it. I put my headphones on, or we'll come to some type of
right.
compromisation. But if she's not in the mood, normally I just be like, all right, whatever. I just roll my head on. But when because she grew up, her parents were married, so
Mm-hmm.
uh, she basically said people just be blowing stuff out of proportion. She don't believe you did that. Whatever they were
Of
said
course
you
not.
did, great.
Of course not.
She
Most
said you
right.
did not do that. She
Right.
said you did not do that. Oh, she said you're married. That's a husband and wife. You're married. She was like, "What did he violently force?" I said, "No, that's not.
No,
That's not what he
no,
said."
no. We're not. No,
Right. That's what I
right.
said.
We're not.
Right. That's what I said. I
No,
said that's not what he said. No, he did
no.
not say that.
And
He didn't do
not
any of
only say
that.
that, that's
He
not
did.
even what it was at all. But I get what you're saying again. And I'm glad we're talking about this again because it can never get old because this is a teaching moment. You just have to be careful in what spaces you have this conversation in. And that's all there was. I
Yes. Yes.
was in the wrong,
Yes.
I was in the wrong space to have that conversation.
Yes.
Okay. Now let me clarify again, because I don't mind because we're having a conversation, and I
Go
know
ahead.
based off my analytics, there's about 73% men over the age of 35 that watch me. So these are relatable situations. Now, when I'm over on the Sharon Bracey show over there, and shout out to my guy, great guy, happy birthday to you. It's not his fault that the type of women that's that's in his chat over there, the majority of the women over there, and some of the women, the majority of the women on the panel, those are the type of women, and I'm going to be very clear about this. Those are the type of women that wants the quote unquote women's lib. They want to be men. They don't need a man. Is this, is that. They could do everything without the man, and all that encompasses that. So those are the type of women that are saying that I did that egregious thing. Those type of women that don't even understand the situation. Those are the men that, as you experience, they degrade men out the get-go. Now, let me be very careful about this. Let me hit my disclaimer button because it's true. Trigger. Because it's going to be a triggering moment here. The majority of the women over there, and I mean this, and some men, but the majority of the women over there have been done wrong, unfortunately, by these no good ass men, and they're blinded, and they're casting their past emotions and bad experiences on to everyone else. And they're messing up the situation because they've been hurt and they haven't had the right help that they needed to have. And I do mean that from the bottom of my heart. when you have grown women telling me to my face, it's my tone. We know you're not a bad guy. It's your tone. That tells me, for real, that you didn't get the help that you needed to get when whatever happened to you. And I'm sorry that did happen to you. But all those scenarios and symptoms that I broke down, those are the type of women that are on that channel over there. So they need the Brownsvilles to come up with the cape on. And I mean that with all respect. They need someone to say all them good things, the platitudes that they want to hear. He's not lying to them, but it's just the shit that you go to church to on a Sunday to have them pass the collection plate around. It's just platitudes. It sound good. I'm here and you are here, and I appreciate it, to talk about the real stuff. What happens after you walk down the aisle and you go inside your house and you close the door and it's just you and your wife and you leave those platitudes at the door. Real life kick in. Do you lead the type of life where your wife automatically acquiesce? You don't have to ask because she automatically understand her role, and because she acquiescing because you doing your part. The woman is not going to acquiesce to a bum ass dude. Let's get that straight. To me, that's common sense. No woman should acquiesce to a bum ass dude. If you are who you say you are, of high character, and you got your standards together, she's going to automatically acquiesce, and it's between you and your wife. Period. But those women over there, they want what you have, and they want what I have. We are both happily married people. I run my household, you run yours. I don't know how you run yours, but it's yours.
Yep.
You don't ask me to my shit over here. It ain't none of your business.
Yep.
But we both know we handling our situation.
Yeah.
And that's what they want. Can you imagine?
Yeah, that's a fact.
Come on, man. Can you imagine the people on that panel with a man like us in their life? For real. They wouldn't be. First of all, I'm going to say this. I'm going to land my plane. I'm going to let you take over.
No, go ahead.
Just like I tell, and my wife understand this. If they had good quality men in their lives, if they truly had that, they wouldn't be on YouTube every day talking about men the way they do. Not saying you won't be on YouTube. You could be on YouTube, but you wouldn't be in this space doing what you're doing. You wouldn't have to. Perfect example. Me and you on YouTube, but your wife isn't, and my wife isn't. You know why? Because they got some good ass men. They have no reason to be on YouTube talking shit. Now they could be on YouTube if they try to build a business and do something like that, but they're now part of this mess, talking about and degrading men. What men should do, what this, what that. Are you kidding me?
But Otis, well, my wife will, but you're absolutely right. If we all know there's some no good men out there. We
Of
all
course.
know there
What
are
I'm saying.
men that women have made dads or fathered a child with men who did not deserve to be a father. We also know there are women who have given the highest honor to a man, which is your womb, and producing another life with him, and did not require marriage before. Okay, so we know that. Now,
Be
my
careful, they're gonna say you
wife.
blaming a woman.
No, I'm not. But
No,
we,
you know,
we can't.
I'm
We
being
can't.
funny though. But you know,
I
but you know
mean,
that's
women.
it.
Right, women control the access to sex. They
Of
control
course they do.
who's
Yes.
birthed in this world. They control who comes in this world, and they control the actual first culture of the child.
Yes. Yes.
The men control who has the ring on that woman's finger. The men controls that. Okay, so I'm
Mm-hmm.
not taking away from the men. I'm not taking away from the women. My position is we have 40 years of men ain't shit, men ain't nothing. Whether it's in talk show radio, whether it's in movies, news, podcasts, underground podcasts before YouTube came about. We all know about the percentage of men who ain't worth a damn. I'm not saying all men is worth a damn. There's some men out here who isn't worth a damn.
Out the gate.
We
We
get
know.
that. We
Mm-hmm.
know that. I concede to that talking point
Mm-hmm.
for those people.
Right.
I agree with you all. But if we are constantly focusing on the men you don't want instead of honing down on the men you do want, then my question is, why aren't your time and energy is focused on the men you do want instead of the men you don't want? Why do we need to keep talking? Why does every conversation got to be about the men that you know you wouldn't give a time of day anyway? So why don't the conversation shift to the men that you do want? And I find it very rich that the conversation is only uh, directed to a percentage of men.
Mm-hmm.
But the men that you do want, these extraordinary men that they see in their eyes, these men want something in return. Relationships are reflective. Me and you, Otis, we know our position in life. We know what we qualify for or what we don't qualify for. Okay. We know that if we're working at McDonald's making $15 an hour, we're not going to approach a Rihanna type woman. We know we're not in that category. We get that.
Right.
We're going to approach women who we feel they're in that category.
Right.
So if a woman has an experience of men who isn't a damn versus experiences with men who are on her level or above, and there are least experiences in that category, then we can only assume that the men who she wants, desires, versus the men who she attracts. We have to look at the difference in why you're attracting these type of men
Okay.
versus the men that you truly desire.
I'll just yeah. Okay. Because great point. Because simple question or simple statement. We outside every day. Me and my wife, we go out every day. We outside every day. We see the couples or the spouses or whatever. But let's just stick with the couples. The younger generation, the middle age. We're seeing this. And my question is, especially with the younger generation, the 20-year-olds, the early 30s and under, the women and the men, you're picking each other. And what you're picking, I'm seeing that, not trying to be funny, I'm passing judgment on the outside looking in. I'm seeing that you made a wrong choice just by, I'm seeing you walk down the street. So you chose that though. So my question is, do you not know the difference between a good man and a bad man? Even though appearance, you can just go off appearance. I'm not saying that. Sometimes you got to start with that though, but you got to get past that. But just being real, I'm noticing this on a regular basis. My eyes are not lying to me. You are picking each other. What's going on with the picking selection? There are good men out there. Why are you picking that guy? Like you just said, that's a great question. And like you said, women are going to hate when we say this because they think we're blaming them, but we're not. You said exactly what I believe, and this is so true. We adore the woman. We know how much power the woman truly has. So it's us as the man to protect that power. Like you said, the life starts from the woman, that womb. So they need to be cautious of who they want inside them. So of course it's part of their responsibility, a big responsibility. But the women over on their other platform and that small percentage of women will say, why you got to put the onus on us? Because it partly is. Because you're responsible again, and it's not a bad thing, but you're responsible for who you let in your body. So choose wisely and carefully to the best of your ability. And that's all we're saying. I know that's all you're saying, right, Thomas? That's all you're saying.
No, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying the men that you talk about, you don't have merit. Like when Brownsville talks about these no good suckers.
Mm-hmm.
I get that. Now, I let my mom see the video. Would you share with? I let my stepdad.
Mm-hmm.
They're both deacon and deaconess at the church, and I let my grandmother. She's 83 years old.
Okay.
And their response to it was not, it was the total opposite response to which you was damn near crucified for.
Experience it.
And
Exactly.
these are men and women that they're way older than us.
I
They're
was just
way
about
older
to say
than
that.
us. And they're God-fearing men and women. My grandmother's married to her husband, died. She has not remarried.
Mhm.
In the 20-some years he's been dead. And according to what they're saying is the labels, the tags, you did this. These are God-fearing men. It's my grandmother.
I feel you. Come on. I feel you. Yes.
They don't believe the, sorry.
Yeah. Your
They
phone
don't
mic.
believe that the label, yeah, I know. Am I
Yeah.
good?
Yeah, you good. Yeah, you good. Yes, sir.
They don't, yeah, someone was calling me. They
hmm
don't believe that the label that was put on you
It's
did not
appropriate. Of course not.
warrant it. It was not a
It's
that,
not
and this
warranted
come from
nowhere.
this coming from my 83-year-old grandmother. She
hmm
would say it. Now, I also let them hear clips of Brownville's 25-minute dialogues as he goes on. Okay, I let them see it.
hmm
My grandmother said in the 1940s and 1950s, he would have been correct. But my grandmother, 83-year-old woman, she said, well, there's got to be, if you're going to, the actions of the woman got to meet the title that he gives her.
Mm.
The actions of the woman has to meet the title that he gives her. Now, let me just say this for
Explain that
those
to
who's
me. I
going to
want
be
you
in
to
the
explain that if you don't mind.
right.
Explain it if you don't
Okay,
mind.
so
Because you
right,
just
I
said
will.
so. Hey, come on, man.
This is my grandma. This is my 83-year-old grandmother. This is her
Right,
opinion based
right.
on what Brownville said. I said, Nana, what you think of this? And basically, what she's saying is a woman has to present herself in that honor that which will bring that respect and treatment from a man. She said she can't expect a man to treat her as a queen or a goddess if she's not acting like one, if she's not being that, if she's not being in that feminine energy, basically, she was saying her old terms. So basically, she's saying is just because you are female does not mean that you are a queen. I know the term is used as a term of endearment, but from how she goes up and how she's basing on the old school, she's basically saying with her out of her own mouth, they got women having babies all over the world. She said, you got the no good men out here. And the women that are not married, are not with their husband, and not bringing up their family unit together as one, she doesn't look at them as queens. She doesn't look at non-married women as queens. She doesn't
hmm
look at women she doesn't look at them as that. Remember, she's from the 40s and the
Right. I got you. I
60s
follow
when
you.
she
Yeah,
was
yeah, yeah,
growing up.
yeah. A
So
whole nother different. Yeah.
her mindset about a woman is different. So she
Uh-huh.
believes that Brownsville was using a term that probably would have been more applicable to the 50s, 60s, and 70s of women of that time.
Yeah.
Because back in the day, you can't go around having a baby father. If you popped up
Yeah,
pregnant, the
right.
dad was taking
You get
you
married
to
right
the
then and there.
son, and you're getting
Or
married.
or you disappearing, say, to a whole nother 3, 4 countries. I'm not countries, counties away to get it taken care of.
Right,
Saying you're gonna live with,
right.
yeah, trust me, I remember, yeah,
Right.
I heard about
So
this
so
story.
that's
Yes,
that's
sir.
that's that's my grandmother's mindset.
Right.
That's how her mindset is.
hmm
Now, with my mom and my stepdad, my mom, she came right out the blue. And she's
Uh-huh.
married. They've been married for 11 years to my
Okay.
stepdad,
Okay.
both God-fearing men.
hmm
And she was like, well, the pastor, when she listened to Brownsville, the pastor talked about on Mother's Day, he said, oh, y'all think we about to just sit here and praise all the mothers.
Mm,
Now we gonna talk about what the women should be doing in
mm,
their household and the woman and not
mhm,
having these babies outside of marriage. So the pastor flipped it up, and I watched the sermon. He flipped it up and held women accountable on Mother's Day. And I swear to God, I never thought that would ever happen in my
mm.
lifetime.
Wow.
So
But
this is a pastor of a church. Go ahead.
he didn't do it in a berating way. He did it in a just a teachable moment, correct?
It was a teachable moment, yes. It was not
Gotcha. Okay.
to down the
Gotcha.
women. He wasn't degrading. They wasn't doing that. My mom and them, they don't. Oh my
I
gosh,
got you.
hold on.
Oh yeah, yeah. Your phone,
Yeah,
yeah. Somebody
so
blowing you up.
oh, they
I
don't.
know you're busy,
Yeah,
man.
I got
We
people
get it.
calling. Yeah, it's my
Yeah,
it
we
was
get
my
it.
B day. You know,
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, for sure. We definitely understand. We get it. Yeah. Hey,
can,
bear with them
can you
today.
tell?
Is
Can you tell
today.
Rhonda? Can you tell Rhonda I'm live on the podcast? Can you please call her and tell her? All right.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, stepdad? Actually, my stepdad right here. My stepdad just walked in through the door. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But
Yeah,
yeah,
so
man.
stepdad, it's my pops right here. So
Yeah, for
he
sure.
just came in. So and this a man, he's a deacon at the church, and he basically he's going by what he said.
Right.
So pops, why you here? Now I just want to ask you a question versus the stuff that I told you. Now let me ask you a question. In today's dating market, what you sitting right here, I'm live on the podcast.
Yeah.
What you sitting right here, as you being a deacon of the church
Mhm.
and you being married
Yep.
and you going through your experiences in life,
Yep.
is it the dating market that you see today? Is it 100% blame on men why women are the way they are, or is it blame to be shared on both sides, women and men?
I think I'm sure it's blame on both sides, but there
Hold on,
is,
talk to everybody. Let me talk to everybody.
I'm sure there's blame on both sides, but
Hmm.
there's an element that is new in this age that we live now, and that's the onset of television. It's
Mm,
the social media, it's the internet. As I was growing up, I'm 63 years old, and it was so much easier to forge in a wonderful relationship between a man and woman without all of the stimulus that comes from
right. The outside
television,
noise.
from the outside noise. And so that's really is what's putting a strain on the black family, on the white
Mm,
family, on the Hispanic family, because we are given these images, and our ears are being tickled about what we want. And so when people see things on TV, they gravitate toward, that's what I want, that's what I want. Oh, is that how I get it? And it changes the direction that people choose to go to get the things that they want. And so, yes, men are corrupt, women are corrupt. And when I say that, we're corrupted by media, we're corrupted by social experiences, we're
hmm.
corrupted by everything that happens in life. So it's way more difficult in these times to keep a solid relationships, because the Bible talks about how in the latter days that men will be lovers of themselves. And that's
Wow.
not by accident. And because people are lovers of themselves, guess who comes first? There you go. Because I've been taught that we should love others before ourselves. But today we're taught to love ourselves. So with the onset of the selfies, with the onset of
Yes. Wow.
YouTube, and everybody's the star.
False
Reality
reality.
TV, exactly.
False
And so
reality. Yes. Yes.
everybody lives in that world. So it's about me first. And so when a woman can make millions of dollars a year by the way she's shaped, and a
Mm,
man can make another a few millions by the way he's built, then that makes people lazy. Yeah, you're working on your body and you're doing that, but if that's all you're doing,
right.
what type of person, what type of
Right.
character are you building?
False
So
reality.
it's
Wow.
exactly. So it's about me. It's all about me right now, and it has completely usurped God's authority. And everything that was good has been now changed. If you look at the politics, everything is right, is wrong, everything is up, is down. So there's been a complete
Yes.
flip, of all things that are moral, all things that are of good character. So we're in a
Wow.
very difficult time now, and the children are the victims. The children are the ones that are under attack right now, because if you get them in the schools when they're early, and you get them when they're 5, 6, and 7, and you start having transvestites come to the school and meet with them, and people of different cultures, now
Hmm.
the children are confused. And the one thing that is going to help Satan in this world is confusion. If you don't know right, then you're going to gravitate towards wrong, because right means that you have to have some self denial and some self control, and you have to have love for other people. But wrong means that I can do me. It's all about me. I can do me.
Mm.
So when a child says, I don't want to be a little boy anymore, I want
Uh-oh.
to be a girl. You know
Uh-oh.
what I mean? When a girl
Yes.
says, think about how many people who are walking around right now pretending to be something that they're not.
That part. That
Just like when you
wow, that
rob all
part.
these
Yes.
beautiful homes. Yeah, you rob all
Wow.
these beautiful homes, and you're wondering, how are you struggling to maintain this facade? So it's a
Wow.
world of facades. You know what I mean? And so as long as we can get the children early, it's going to perpetuate what you're seeing right now. And if you think this generation is bad, you just hold on to your hat. This next generation is going to be off the chain, because
Yes.
every generation gets worse. Every generation gets worse. And you can see it by a little analogy. All you need to look at what we perceive as being good people driving their cars.
Repeat that
That's
again.
all you need to look at.
Repeat
All
that.
you need to do is what we perceive as good people driving their cars. You can see people in traffic, the aggressiveness, the
Yeah. Oh
running of red
wow.
lights, the turning illegal turns left and right. And you can see it in traffic, how our lawlessness is increasing. And these are perceived as good people, but
Mm.
yet the speed limit is still 55, but 80 is common, 75 is common. That's just your general mile per hour that you need to drive just to keep people from running up your back, right? And there
Wow.
is no such thing. There is no such thing as a slow lane anymore. It's like, dude, get out of my way.
In the
So
slow
if we
lane.
look at the
Yeah, you are
in the
correct.
slow lane,
Yeah, you are correct.
exactly. So we can traffic is a microcosm of
Yes.
how our society is changing, because people think that they're invisible in their cars. So they
Damn.
speed, they zigzag in and out, and I don't know what they think glass is, but I see you. Okay?
Wow.
I see you.
Can
I
I
know who you are.
can I please respond to what you're saying? Because what you're saying is so accurate. And again, thank you. I know you didn't know you're going to be live on the show. I really appreciate you. You are really
No
saying some
problem.
great things right now, man. Basically, that microcosm, what you said in the car, is so true. And my wife
Yeah.
could attest to this. I consider myself to be a good man. For real. I
Yeah.
do. But in
Yeah.
that car,
Yeah.
woo, my mouth
Okay,
is like a
exactly.
sailor. You right. I'm
Yeah.
speeding. I'm
Yeah.
aggressive. Everything you saying, you are
Yeah.
so right. So when people say they are good, are you really good based on? Oh, you just
Exactly.
said something. Because
Exactly.
wow, that's
Yeah. Yeah.
crazy.
And
That is crazy.
absolutely. Look here, I am not going to take too much of your time because,
No,
brother, I
I
got a
appreciate
bag.
you. Yes, I
I got
appreciate
a
you. Thank you so much
bag,
for saying that,
and I
sharing
can
that.
do
Thank you.
this all day. Okay. Let me
Yes,
pass
most
it back to
definitely.
my
I
son. God
appreciate you.
bless you
Thank
all.
you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
God bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Hey,
Yeah,
thank you for sharing your pops, man. Thank you for
yeah. No,
sharing your
I'm saying
pops experience, bro. Hey,
that's what I'm saying.
hey,
Bro, let me hear
yes,
this. Okay. Right. So yeah.
yeah. I appreciate
Um,
that. Some knowledge there,
and it
man.
was right on. It's right
Right
on cue.
on.
I didn't know he was coming through. I see he called. I hit it, so I seen him pull up. I'm like, oh, well,
Now,
right on time.
now, watch this though. Now watch this. And you know I'm right, but we will never allow that to happen because I'm not trying to be funny. I felt his spirit, and I already know you will protect him at any cost because that spirit, when he walks through the room, I'm pretty sure he probably exudes the respect that he deserves and all that. I didn't even see his face, but just his voice, his reverence. I get that. So, but could you imagine? And it would never happen because we're not allowed that to happen. But could you imagine that man speaking what he just spoke on the Sharon Bracey show?
Oh, I wouldn't even allow him.
That's what I just said. You
even
heard me say that, right? We wouldn't even allow that
go
to
there.
happen. But could you imagine they would they would try to. They would try. And
Listen,
that's what I'm talking about. That's that pool that we have to avoid or we have to try to help because they would turn those words, what that great man just said, down. They would
a
turn
God-fearing
down.
man, a God-fearing man, steadfast in his prayer, devoted to his wife, in church, and they would have tried to attack this man.
They would call that not all, but some over there, the majority would call it remedial rhetoric. Are you kidding me?
And this man is not in none of these spaces.
And he shouldn't be. He's not.
You know, this is first time ever in his life doing something like this, and I really put him on the spot. But
Yeah,
I
you
know he
did.
has wisdom.
Yeah.
So what do you think
Yeah.
I talk to about when I need guidance?
I already know you do. Yeah, you
I did.
better. You better. I want to talk to him. You hear me? Hey, listen, I want to talk to him. You better. Most definitely, man. Yes.
He's been there, done that, served his country. He's been there, done that. So, I mean, he's been there, done that.
Right. I got you. I got you. Trust me.
Streets and all that. Been
Yeah,
there,
I got
done
you.
that. And you wouldn't
Yeah.
even be able to tell by the day. So when I go and when I the things that I say sometimes, because I try to protect myself from speaking just on how I feel or how I think in a moment. So what I do is I go get counsel. That's what the Bible says.
Right.
Get counsel from your elders.
That part. Tell them. Hey, come on now.
So
Come on now.
what I see
on now.
in these spaces is a lack of the young men and the young women going to get proper counseling from their elders. And it goes back to, I mean, why would you go get counsel from the elders when you have your elders saying men ain't shit, women ain't shit?
Right.
Remember, counseling started way back in the biblical days.
Right.
That's what was counseling. Today is just another spinoff of what back in the day you went to your elders for help solving problems.
I
Because
can
it
play devil's
wasn't
advocate though. I can play devil's advocate. See, you're blessed. You're blessed. You have a counselor, a man of respect. Your father. He's your father's stepfather. It doesn't matter. But
it don't even matter.
Yeah, it don't even matter because I hate that step. It don't even matter. It's your pops. It don't even matter. I hate that. It doesn't even matter. But you have someone that you could come to and do that. Unfortunately, I could be real about it. I could play devil's advocate. A lot of our men don't have that.
Yes.
Unfortunately. And that's part of the problem, unfortunately. I'm glad you recognize and you have that man in your life. You just sharing them with me, and I'm fully grown. I'm older than you. And I was able to get some wisdom, some counsel. Because that's what it is. He doesn't have to have a degree or certificate. His experience is his degree and certificate. And his reverence and his voice. That's all you need. And you sit there and you take in what you need to take in. That's the counsel. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of men don't have that, unfortunately. So when they do, what they do have now, which I'm pretty sure you experience this, and if you have it, you will, because it's going to happen based on how you move and your voice, because you're already doing it. You're going to have young men, your nephews, your cousins, whatever, going to start coming to you and asking you questions because they're seeing how you move with your wife. They're seeing it.
Yes.
Because it happens
Yeah.
to me all the time. My
Yeah.
cousins slash brothers, they see me and my wife. I don't just show up over my cousin's house by myself. My wife with me in my hand, by my side. And they seeing that. And they recognizing that. So now when they offer me to come over again, now they have events for my wife because they know I'm coming with my wife. You see what
No,
I'm saying?
that's a fact. That's an
For
absolute
real.
fact.
And I know you're experiencing that because they know, no, I'm not going to tell my wife to stay home.
Every day, young day, when my wife, when her oldest, when her little girlfriends come over, they're about
Uh-huh.
13, 14, 15. I make it my point to counsel to them. I
Yes.
said, go to school. You make good grades. You stay away from, I'm gonna use Brownsville's term, these no good suckers.
Yep. Right.
I'm counting the younger because that's the young boys and the young girls is who that's my focus. These older adults, they are where they are. But I'm making my point to counsel to the young ones. Do not have any babies outside of marriage. Do not just sleep around with any old man because he say he loves you. Where's your father at? Is he talking to you about boys? Okay, this is what you need to understand about boys. Some boys will tell you anything to get in between your panties.
Oh, you
Gotta
sound like me. I told my daughter the same thing. Shit. Come on, bruh.
You do not give that up outside of marriage.
That
And
part.
if you so too travel down that path, be responsible. Respect yourself. Don't disrespect yourself. Don't allow no disrespect from a man. You get the F away from that man. Oh, this is what I tell
Period.
to the young
Yes.
women all
Yes.
the time.
My daughter the same. You are correct,
I
sir.
ain't even got to know them. And I'm preaching
Right.
this.
Come on now.
So,
But they look at me and you as bad men, as this, as that, yada yada. We too old. Well, to talk about this, we're not relatable. Stop it. Stop it. Come on
So-
now. Stop it.
but you notice, although I tell them about men they should not entertain, I'm also telling them about the men they should entertain.
Correct. And you're
And
showing them by leading them by example and how
because
you're treating their aunt or whoever in the relationship with them.
I'm in a house full of girls. So I cannot tell them about a man respecting you if they constantly see me disrespecting their mom.
That part. Common sense, bruh.
I can't tell them about not letting a man cuss you out if they see me cussing out their mom. So I'm in a space where all eyes are on me,
Mm-hmm.
male influence. So I have to be careful with the words I use towards their mom. I have to be careful about my tone.
Mm-hmm.
I have
Yes.
to be
I'm
careful
glad
about.
you said that. Yes.
I'm always mindful when I talk to their mom and they're listening. I always make sure there is no level of disrespect.
Mm-hmm.
No bitch, fuck you. That's
All that
never
right. That part. Yes. Come on now. Now you're talking my language. That's what people don't understand. That's what people don't understand what a good man have to go through. And we're thinking at all times. We're always trying to contain and control our emotions, especially to the ones that we love. They don't understand a man has multiple personalities. We are who we are based on who's in front of us. We got a man.
I want to wring my wife's neck, but I also got
Yeah,
to
what
keep
now?
it
Hold on.
alive.
You said what now? You said something else that was relatable. Sound like
I want to wring my wife's neck.
that part, and vice versa. It goes the other way. Let's
And
keep it
some
real.
bitches want to wring my neck.
Right. It goes both ways. Let's keep it real.
I get on her nerves too.
Right. Come on now.
But
Yes.
we understand we have eyes watching us. And the way they see us interact with each other is going to shape their perception and reality of relationships in adulthood.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So,
That is so true. Yeah.
my challenges to Brownsville is Brownsville, if you're listening, if you're in the chat, you watch anybody that knows Brownsville, anybody that follow him.
He's gonna watch you later on. He's gonna watch you later on. He's good people.
Is I understand your point about the no good suckers.
Most definitely.
I'm not saying call them Rim brothers, whatever. I don't. What is it? Magistrate.
Yeah, the rim. Yeah, a red
I
pill,
don't. Okay.
incel, manosphere.
Okay. They
It's,
can
yeah,
make it happen.
crazy. I don't know what that shit mean. Yeah,
I okay. I don't understand what it
exactly.
means, but
For
they
real.
can happen.
That
But
part.
my challenge to you, Brownsville, is if you are pinpointing the men that these women just, and I'm not about to get them on balance or what about what the women do too. I'm not even going to talk about that. This is my challenge to you, Brownsville, because you have a voice and people listen to what you're saying. So my challenge to you, Brownsville, is why don't you put men who share the same views, ideas, and mindset of you towards women and put them in connection with the women that are looking for the men that shares the ideas, views, and mindset towards women. Why don't you put them, the men on this side, the women on this side? Why don't you set a platform, or Sharon Bracy, you set up a platform where we put these men together? Because Brownsville, you're making yourself the example. So I believe Brownsville, it's a challenge to you. You should be putting these men and these women together so we can create long lasting families instead of always talking about the men that these women don't desire. We know there's some no good suckers, as he said. We get that. I'm not disputing you at all with that. But can we move past the no good men and get to the men that share the same reflection as you instead of always having topics about men ain't this, women ain't this? How about what is the, because the only reason I bring this up because everything's a solution based. But the last time I checked, I've not heard Brownsville talk about any black man and black woman he has put together for marriage. I haven't seen any black man or black woman that from his platform that a black man and black woman or man and woman period has come together and met. Now they're engaged because that's the real solution base. We weed out the men that you don't want and you focus squarely on the men that you don't want, women, and then you make sure you are the same women that these men want, because these type of men that you're talking about, they want something in return.
Okay.
These men
Okay.
have standards too.
I got you. You know what? Based on what you just said, it ties into what you're saying. I'm hearing what you're saying and you're putting out the challenge to Brownsville. I'm playing devil's advocate because
A good
again,
faith challenge though.
yeah,
I want to say
of course, it's all in good faith. Of course, come on now, this is all in good faith. But playing devil's advocate and me knowing for real what that platform is over there. Again, that's shout out to Sharon Bracy. It is his birthday today, and shout out to you, sir. It's your birthday as well. For sure. Brownsville is perfectly and purposely doing what he's doing. He's purposely talking to, like you said, the so-called no good brothers. But here's the question though. He's purposely doing that. He's leaving all the other stuff up to, I almost said a word, to individuals like you and myself, where over here on this platform, we bring everybody to the forefront. We are challenging and holding everybody accountable. Myself, you, the woman, and the man. If it's a no good ass man out there, we gonna hold him accountable too. He get the dumb award. If it's a woman doing some stupid ass shit like I did yesterday, talked about her, she get the dumb award. But my point is this: the man that Brownsville be talking about, and he want us to act like, which I am that good man, and you are too, but a lot of men not. I give them that. The men that are good though. What if we write down the list? I got this from, I believe it was what's his name? Next Level Moving Forward. I got from him yesterday. When the ladies write down, they list of the type of man that they want, all the criteria, man, that they want, and they give it to the men, what makes them think that that man is going to want them? That's the question. Because women, for example, in the platform, in that space over there, those women have a for real list in their head of what type of man that they want. And you could tell when Brownsville comes up because they just woo over Brownsville. They want the type of man Brownsville is. But here's the question. Would a man like Brownsville, as an example, would he want them? I say not.
See that?
Because, you see what I'm saying? He wouldn't go with the women, especially the women on that panel and in the chat. Could you imagine that based on what we've heard over there?
That's why.
Come on now.
That's where I think the disconnect starts, because women have to understand that these men that go out there every day in the world, like me, like you, that tries to be the best version of ourselves, put way more than 40 hours a week working. That's on their own. Who are sufficient, financially stable, who have worked themselves up to be this. These men are not going to go out there after being out in our world and come home to combativeness, to disagreeableness, to the attitude. Men are not men on that's in that class that they want. They're not going to be with you just to be your doormat. These men have requirements as well. Now, the question to the women is, do you meet these requirements, or your mindset is the man that you want should just be happy and accept you as you are? Now, women who think that way, that's cool. But you got to ask yourself this question. If you expect a man just to accept you who you are and pick you based off potential, then can you accept the man, the average man, may not be making all the money in the world, but he got good morals, good values, he take care of his family, he's devoted. Would you accept the man that's making $50,000 a year? And 9 times out of 10, the answer is no. And from my personal experience, what I've seen, the same women that Brownsville's uplifts will be the men that Brownsville talk about. Let me rephrase that. The same men that Brownsville's talk about is no good. And these queens, these are the same queens who will cheat on men like Brownsville with the same men he talks about.
That part. Now, let's make this clear, because, again, let me make this clear.
And my wife is in the building, too, today, too. And I got
Yeah.
my wife and my stepdad, so any men and women want to challenge it, like I'm just saying. I got my wife in the building right now, Otis.
Yeah, I got you. But let me make this clear real quick, because I know people are going to chop this up. Yeah, I know. Hold on, let me say this, because I know people are going to clip this up and hear what they want to hear. Triggered. You heard what Lamont just said, and I'm going to say this. Of course, we're not talking about all women. He's married. He's not talking about his wife. I'm married. I'm definitely not talking about my wife. I'm pretty sure the women in my chat, I could be safe to say that the women that I know of are not like that. We're talking about the women, a certain percentage of women, a certain class of women, and the majority of them, I'm sorry to say, happens to be over on the Sharon Bracey show in the chat. A lot of women are over there. Those are the women that we're talking about. I guarantee you the high percentage of those women who have a list that they want of a man, of the criteria that they want that man to meet, I can almost guarantee you that that man would not want them. I can guarantee you that. We're not talking about the type of woman that myself and Thomas married and the the majority of the good women out there, that they know hopefully a good man when they see it, that they have to work with that man. Every man, in my opinion, I shouldn't say this, but me as a man, I said it yesterday on my show. My intention is to have my finances take care of everything. And your finances, your little job, your money, that's yours. I don't care about it. My intention is that. But in real life, shit happens. So if I were to fall off a little bit, I would expect my wife, my rib, to go ahead and back me up, as you should, because you are my wife. But some women, a small percentage of women at that, and that small percentage happens to be a lot of women on that one particular platform that I respect the host most definitely. They are that percentage of women who show their ass, who have a list and they can't hold up and meet their own damn list, who have criteria and certain so-called lifestyles that they want, and they wouldn't know a good man if they was to hit them in their face. Those are the women that I'm talking about. And yes, a lot of men are out there that are assholes as well. We're talking about those men as well. Now, if you want to really talk about what I'm talking about, watch my episode yesterday when I went over a case where a young lady was married, and before they got married, she told her husband before they got married, which I'm not mad at her. When a motherfucker tell you who they are, believe them. She told that man that your paycheck is our paycheck and my paycheck is my paycheck. This is what this man told, this is what this woman told her future husband. He agreed to that shit. Don't know how, but he agreed to it. So I guess fresh into their marriage, he lost his job. 30 days went by, the bills were due. So she asked the question, who's gonna pay the bills? He said, you are. She was like, and I quote, are you going to give me my money back? This is what this lady said. The wife of the husband, are you going to give me my money back? Are you kidding me? These are the women that are out there. Not all, not all. Now let's continue. After she made that statement, she then goes out, meets up, and she sells it with her husband's friend. She was emotional. One thing led to another. She tripped and she fell on his penis. After she got off the penis, he gave her money to take care of the bills. And she felt like that's the man she really needed to be with because her husband did not make her feel good. Okay, those are the women that I'm talking about. Again, not all women are like that. Of course not. But the women that are like that, you have the mitigated gall, and the majority of them are over on the Sharon Bracey show in the chats. For some reason, they like hanging around over there. Bless their heart. I'm talking to you. You have no accountability, but you will be held accountable over here. Yes, along with the no good ass men, because I hold them accountable as well. I love the woman. I revere you. I put you on the pedestal. I honestly believe, to be honest with you, listen, God, of course, I believe it. Okay, I'm not going to get deep, but I'm going to say this. I don't believe God is a male or female. I really don't. And if you check biology or science, we all start off as a female. We all do. We all start off as a female into that X chromosome, that second chromosome, that X or that Y kick in. But we all start off as a female. So you have to ask yourself, if you trace it all the way back, why is that? It's like that question, which came first, the chicken or the egg? I don't care, but it came from something, someone, something. So with all that being said, listen, it originates, in my opinion, from the woman. I believe that. So y'all hold the power. You really do. So in my opinion, I'm going to hold you accountable. Life starts with you. We as the man are to protect that power that you hold because that's your power. That's you. You provide the world. You are literally pushing out the world. So we as men with the strength and supposed to have the superiority of the, I'm not gonna say the mind, because that was wrong. I'm not gonna say that because women are definitely smart as well. But you get what I'm saying. I'm letting my emotion, my passion kick in, but you know what I'm saying. The men, we are here for a reason. I don't feel we are more powerful or more beneficial than a woman. I believe we're equal, but it's a different equal. We all bring something to the table as long as it's 100%. As long as it's 100%. That 100% for us who's bringing it slides. It's like a scale, but it's always at 100%. Always, that scale is always at 100%. Now, whether the male and whether the husband or the wife, one is doing more than the other at all times. It's a sliding scale. It slides. It slides. It slides. The jobs, the remedies, the situation, it slides, but it's always 100%. It always needs to be 100%. Anything less than 100% is uncivilized. It needs to be 100%. Now, who's going to bring it all the way? Someday the husband is 70%, the wife got that 30, 65, 55. It happens. I want it to be, because we as men we have egos. I want it to be 99, 1, 100, 0, my end. I want it to be, but recessions happen, people lose jobs, bad investments kick in, entrepreneurship kick in, and you didn't pick the right product or service. Yeah. So then that scale slides. So that wife needs to kick in just a little bit, not for long, but in theory, she kicks in because it needs to always be 100%. I'm a visual person. Oh, you back? Okay, you made it back? Okay. But that's all we're talking about. Well, that's all I'm talking about. I'm rambling, but hopefully it makes sense. You have to understand that when you're in a relationship, in the marriage, yes, the man is gonna do all that boastful talking and all that shit, but behind all that talk, we know what goes on behind closed doors. It's a business that's being ran. It's nobody's business how it's being ran, but it's being ran nonetheless. And in every business, there needs to be a spokesperson. There needs to be a CEO. There needs to be. And in most cases, as it should, it's the husband. In most cases, it should be the husband. Now, behind closed door, in some homes, the wife is doing a lot of shit. You won't know it because the husband is the spokesperson. You're not supposed to know. That's their dynamic. You should know that. A good marriage, you would know. But the spokesperson, the CEO, should always be represented in a good fashion if you're running your business well. If your books are kept well. The question is, are you keeping the books or is the wife keeping the books? Who cares? Are the books being kept? And are you the CEO, the spokesperson of that company? Now, full transparency, the wife keeps the books in my household. She loves doing it. It's called delegation. She loves it. It gets her going. She like doing the numbers and all that. I just go right behind and look at it. Okay, she carried the one. Okay. She got all that. In other situations, the man want to do it. That's fine. Whatever floats your boat. But I'm the face of the company. She's a great, great vice president, beautiful ass vice president. Yes, she is. And she know her shit. But I'm the face of the company. That's how it should be. And it's none of your business how we run our books, what our bylaws are, or any of that. What say you, Thomas? Are you busy still running your mouth? You talking to your wife?
My stepdad, my wife is saying, "Now I've been listening to everything."
Okay,
Yep.
hey, I got on the tangent for a while. I
Nah,
got on
it
the
was good.
tangent.
Pops, we
I got on the tangent, man.
yeah. So yeah, my stepdad leaving now. They be back a couple hours,
Okay,
gonna bring
okay,
stuff.
yeah,
I
for
got the
sure,
family coming through later on for my birthday and stuff. So
for sure, for sure, for sure.
so it's and now listen to everything you were saying though. See,
Yeah, I got you for sure. I know.
I could
I
pay
ain't
attention to this one conversation, but I can still listen. Remember,
yeah,
in the
for sure. I
family,
got you. But I
you got
got
to
it.
be
Hey,
able to have you better have ears going to both different directions. You got to know what's going on.
right, most definitely. Hey, but go ahead and finish talking to your family. I got it. I know you're still here.
Okay, I'm still just want to let you know I'm still here. I'm gonna mute my
Got you.
mic. I'm still here, so you can
Yeah,
continue to finish your point. Then I can come back in whenever you.
I got you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I got you for sure. I got you. Let me switch this over. But yeah, I'm also going to for those. Let me see. Matter of fact, let me just do this because we just having a conversation. We just chilling. How long we been on here? It's been an hour and 18 minutes. We cool. We chilling. Let me play this video. Oh, what's up? What's up? Talk to me. What's up? Uh huh.
This is what I want to say to you. Now, with you, the understanding with you, right? I want you to understand that I understand that for you, and let me go because they in the living room talking. Let me get out. Let me get out there. Now you good, pops. You good. Let me get out your way. So I understand that with you, right? This I want you to understand. You are, and you're like me. We're both married men. The women and the people that are in those spaces, they're not married. Their experiences, it's clearly that they had some traumatic experience to the women from men.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, well, you shouldn't have chose the men. We don't know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I know Bomb Juice Cherry had an experience with a man, something like what she said she was great. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
But what you have to understand, and when I try to understand every day, is that it's all in life. Our reality is shaped by experiences. So if the women never experience a devoted husband, a man that's not running game, goes to work, comes home to his wife. Like I've never cheated on my wife. I never jumped in another female's DM.
Mm-hmm.
I never did any of those things. I
Mm-hmm.
never put my hands on my wife. I never disrespected my wife. I never called her out in front of her, called her out her name in front of my kids. I've never aggressively. I never did any of that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these women on these panels, these on our other show, especially on Sharon Bracey's show, they have not experienced that with men.
Mm.
So it's hard for
I
them
agree.
to believe that these men exist if they have not experienced that through their lived experiences or based on the horror stories that they heard about men long time ago. Same
Mm-hmm.
thing. Shiesty bum. And I'm not talking about her. I'm not making
I
fun of
got.
her.
I don't know nothing
She's
about
a
us.
young
Yeah, I
girl.
got you. I got
I'm
you.
not gonna go back and forth. She's a younger girl, and she's a woman that I would at least try to help get her understanding up about men,
Mm-hmm.
not the individuals who she's used to dealing with or seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm telling you, and I'm telling everybody that's listening and watching, is that we have to be able to decipher against from the men that you want and the men that you don't want. Generalizations is a part of American culture.
Mm.
But what I'm telling the shiesty bums, PH divas, all uh, all the other ones on there, happy, all them, if you would put just as much energy into the men that you want and making yourself and putting yourself in the position that these type of men would approach you, the same amount of energy in that you put towards the men that you don't want,
Mm.
I guarantee you will start to see results in life. And I'm going to tell you this: men, we see with our eyes first.
Mm-hmm.
A a woman's income, her degrees, her accomplishments means nothing to men on this sexual dating market. It means nothing.
I agree with that.
It
Degrees,
means
yeah, it
we
doesn't.
don't care about that.
All that's
Men are
secondary
attracted to beauty. To be that's secondary.
or
A man
thirdary.
is
It all
not going
depends
to
on
come up
yeah.
to a woman, hey, what school did you go to? What did you graduate from? What's your accomplishments? Men are
Right.
going to approach women based on, dang, she look good first.
First. Right.
So women, we have to pass the beauty test first. And I find it very rich that PhD Diva can come on
Oh
these
God.
panels. You know me, Otis.
Go, hey, come on with it, shit. Hey, come on now. Come on with it.
I find it very rich for a woman that can talk about how men look, the incapabilities, how they're not less accomplished than her. But this is the same woman. If you are going to talk about how men look, how ugly they are, which is cool, you have that right. I believe that you should have no problem camming up. Pretty, beautiful, or gorgeous women, or even the ones who have that confidence of a pretty, beautiful, or gorgeous woman, never have a problem camming up.
Of
Because
course.
you really got to drag them away from the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
They have no problem camming up. So I feel that for a woman who calls herself the turn up queen, people who turn up or that can bring the hammer down other people, they're very good at minimizing their defects and which people can take advantage of. Because she has a status of turning up on other people, but she has never shown her face. And I
And
find
yeah.
that very rich that a woman who has so much to say would not at least cam up one time. And from my experiences, because I've dealt with women like her, seen women like her,
Mm-hmm.
women like her tend to be in the threes, fours, or fives face category and tend to be overweight.
I'm not laughing at it.
No,
It is funny.
I'm not
I got,
disrespecting.
no,
I'm
no,
just saying this
you
from my
good.
perspective. I'm not
Listen, you good. You
disrespecting.
have the right to your opinion.
I'm,
You are
I'm
listen.
just
I agree with half of it. Anyone that talks the way she talks, she wants to portray herself to be very intellectual. She has PhD Diva as a name for a reason, but she doesn't show her face, but she goes off on people by using attributes of their face. So that's the part that I find hypocritical. It would be totally understandable if you don't show your face. That's your prerogative. But when you go into your diatribe, when you go into you trying to do who you're trying to be, then that's the last thing you should ever do is to comment on someone's looks when you're not showing your face. And also, too, you really to the astute, and it really shouldn't be to the astute, but to anyone that has common sense, she's really showing who she really is because an individual, even though it's just a piece of paper, that's all it is in all actuality. That's first of all, let's keep it real. A PhD is nothing but an individual who stayed longer at a higher institution to get a piece of paper. They did more research for us book wise. That's it. I give her that. I'm not diminishing that at all, but that's all it
She's a
represents.
very intelligent woman. I'm not. No one's taking that
Yes.
away from
Yeah, but
her.
no,
She's very
yeah,
intelligent.
but I am a little bit, and I know she's gonna hear this. It's gonna get back to her, but your intelligence doesn't translate to the disrespect and getting your point across by being disrespectful. If you're intelligent and you have a PhD, you would need to do what you do. So that right there tells me that you are lacking some sense of, no, I'm not going to say that. Something happened to you in your life. It
I believe
obviously
that.
had to.
I believe.
Obviously. And I'm sorry for that, but obviously something happened. Even though you make jokes about when you made the comment that you would never give birth to black males, you would delete them. You were joking, but I think you said you were joking, but the point of the matter is you said that. And you have a history of belittling black men. Now, do some black men deserve that? Yes, I will say that. But you don't differentiate between those. You generalize all men. That's what I see, and that's my belief. And I have the right to believe that, especially how you talk to me. Now, if that's how you feel about me, for example, that's fine. But that does not at all represent you having a PhD. That does not represent at all how intelligent you may really be. And again, it really shows your lack of intelligence when you never, again, I don't care what you look like. I don't care. But for you to attack someone's appearance and we never seen what you look like, I don't think that's PhD like. That's all I'm saying. No jokes, no nothing. And I've never disrespected you, and I never will, because I don't disrespect the woman. But you have clearly made it clear how you feel about me, which is fine, and how you disrespect me on a regular basis. Now, is that part of your shtick? Well, it's not very ladylike at all. And men like myself, who is a good man, Lamont's a good man, and I'm pretty sure I'm saying this. I'm saying it. Sharon, Brownsville, they don't want a woman like you. They could be friends with you. I could be friends with you. I could do business with you. I could associate with you. But far as a relationship, no. But women out there like you, there are men out there that you will acquiesce to. You just have to find the right one. I'm just not the one for you. One, I'm taking, and trust me, if I wasn't, you make the little jokes, you wish my mother would have the A-word me and all that. I got you. I don't take that personal, because I know who I am. You know, for real, in real life, I would never want you. Never. But I am the one that would know how to utilize your PhD, because I am the one that knows about the minority programs and things like that. See, I will make it a business. I can take advantage of it. We both can. See, but the average man that you come across, they really don't want you. And if you do have a man in your life, I guarantee you that you're sharing him. Because if you had a man all to yourself, there's no way on this earth that you would be on anyone's platform talking in the way you talk about men. Because you have one in your life and you wouldn't dare do that. How do I know this? How do I know this? Because my wife don't do it. And all the married people, all the happily married men that I know in my life, they don't do it.
My wife don't do it. She don't come on these channels talking about men ain't shit.
The only women that do that is the women that don't have a man, or they have a man that ain't shit.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's that. And they know this. They know this, though. They know this. They know this. And that's one thing about Sharon Bracey's show. I get it. It's solutions-based. I understand how he tries to have the conversation instead of people going back and forth fighting. He'll let them get their rocks off, but I understand that he tries to stick to the conversation and stick to the basis. But Sharon, and I don't know whether it's intentional. It could have been unintentional, but he has provided a platform for individuals who are unhappy about their dating life, who have bad experience, to come be who they really are. Now, the comment, I watched the show the other day, and the comment you made about would this person come on and make that statement, she was giving a speech. Now, I have PhD people who are my clients.
Mm-hmm.
I got people who are the same income or make way more money than PhD, but who are my clients.
Mm-hmm.
White women, black men, black women, that are my clients. So
Yeah, I know that for facts, for sure, factual.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but so I make way more money than her, and even PhD, when she said she made more money than me, I think that's a false narrative because I posted my right after she made that statement. I went on my channel and posted my banking statements, and I guarantee what she make in a year, I've already cleared that within the first quarter of the year. But that's not the topic of the conversation.
Right.
The
Come on
topic,
now. Come on.
yeah. No, I'm just saying because I posted the receipts and I know what she makes when her W-2s for the end of the year won't what I make in the first quarter will equal to her whole yearly salary. But let's not talk about that.
Right.
The point is that when she, when if she was to give that speech and there are black faculty staff, black students, black women, white women,
Yeah.
Spanish women, Asian
Uh-huh.
women,
Let's talk about that. Yeah.
regardless of a tenure or not, because I know what she said about the tenure.
I heard that
If she
stupid
would
ass
have made
shit.
that
Uh-huh.
statement, if she'd have made that statement, she would have been banned from that school.
Come on
Her
now.
alumni status would have been stripped.
Come on now.
She would have been fired for her position,
Come on
and
now.
the school would have disassociated themselves
Come
from
on
her.
now. That's why I don't give pushback. I said what I said, and I'm hopefully you notice in my style. I said what I said. Then she came back after a couple of minutes, as she had to think about it, like she do, and came back with an idiotic statement, and I didn't even rebuttal it because, like I said, and you just proved it. The astutes will understand what I be doing, and you just proved it. It's common sense if you take that stance, even though it's not even possible to do, and the stance was, and I repeat it, she said that if it was up to her, she would not ever give birth to black male babies. She
Facts.
would do the obvious to them. That's what she said. Now, biologically and medically, could it be done? No, that can't happen. But she said it nonetheless. Now, do I believe her? I don't know. It could be a joke. Even if it was a joke, I contend, and I made this statement, that if she was to say that on a college campus as a PhD, going to get your PhD, and if you have a PhD, I believe that gives you tenure, whatever, to teach and speak. If you made that statement, even though in jest, you will have repercussions. That's the word I used. This heifer said, no, I wouldn't. I didn't even respond because that's common sense. Yes, you would. That's common sense. So why would I need to go back and forth with you on that? And then she had the nerve to call me stupid. See, that's, to me, proves anyone, if you stay in school long enough, could come out with a PhD. Because based on her logic, I was wrong. Then she came back with a stupid article saying it was a professor that made some statement or whatever, lost the job, but got another one at the next campus. The key is he or she lost their job. Ass.
Yeah.
Come on, but you have a PhD. And my point was there will be repercussions. That's what I said. But you have a PhD. Stop it. That's why I say what I say and I fall back. She make herself look stupid.
But here's the thing about having a PhD. Having a PhD does not increase your sexual market value to men. Like, because we don't care about
say it again.
having a PhD does not increase your sexual market value to men. It doesn't make you more desirable to men.
Come on now.
Men are, they look at their beauty, that it's the beauty first.
Beauty and or energy first. Beauty and or energy first.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Beauty
yes.
and or energy first.
Yes.
Because there could be a woman that's a 4 but she is a sweet woman.
Yes, and the energy is off the
And her
chart.
energy is
Yes,
off the charts. She's in
and feet
shape.
pretty. And feet pretty.
And feet pretty. Yeah, gotta have that. Yes, yeah. And she wouldn't have a problem finding a man because a man will go down to the looks department.
Right.
She's
Because of
cooperative.
who she is on the inside. Yes, the way she make me feel. Yes, you are correct. Yes.
A man will go down to the looks department.
Hell yeah.
When you don't have the quote unquote looks, your attitude is shitty. And we don't know the weight factor. All that because men on her level or above, they're after a certain type of woman. Now, the exception is the woman that was with the man before he got this status and he stayed loyal to her.
Right. That's different.
That's different.
That's different.
Like when I met my wife, I was broke. I was broke as a bag of glass, Otis.
Oh, I feel you. Yo, Joe, I got a story for you too. Yeah. Yeah.
I was sleeping in the basement. I was broke as a bag of glass in 2021 when I first came home.
Uh-huh.
And I met her as I was in the transition. And now I'm with her and I'm still with her. So you see what I'm saying? So
come on now. Yes.
No, we go through hard times. I've been through hard times more times than none. More times than I would like to admit.
Stop it. Uh-huh. I got you. Let's talk about yes.
Conversation is, and I don't want it to get off topic to make it just about PhD, but these are
just no, for sure. Because it's bigger than that. But I get your point. It's bigger than that.
Because I point out these observations about her. And to be honest with you, I feel the pain. I feel the hurt. I feel the disconnect.
Okay, let's keep it real. Okay, I got you.
I feel it when she talks. So I don't really hold her too much accountable.
Okay.
Except for the words that come out of her mouth.
Wow. Okay, damn. Okay, now see. Okay,
I don't hold her accountable for her experiences.
Okay.
But I hold her accountable for the words that come out of her mouth. And it's clearly somewhere along the lines, she had a horrible experience with a man that has now shaped her reality. Or she's seen something close to her, which has shaped her reality in view of men.
Yeah. And it's so obvious. Now, you know what? I'm gonna tell you this, man, for real, all jokes aside. You know, I keep it real.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said what you said.
Yeah.
Because you hit the hammer, you hit the nail on the head. I'm glad you said what you said because it wasn't nothing negative. It wasn't derogatory. And you straight up just broke it down. And I honestly believe that as well. I really do believe that as well. That's one of the main reasons why I don't go after her and disrespect her, for real. Never. Because I feel the same way and I see the same thing that you do. I promise you I do.
And she's here too, so.
Yeah, for sure. But I feel you on that, man. That is so true. And also too, let's keep it real. We're not talking about her, but at the same time, she likes to be talked about. This is what she wants. Let's just keep it real. I'm well aware of what's going on. It's one or two people that's watching this right now, or probably not watching it now. They will later on, and they're going to go straight up send her the link, and she's going to turn me a new one tomorrow. This is what she lives for. But hopefully she'll find some truth and knowing that this is not a disrespectful thing. This is just me viewing how I feel based on how I've been treated and based on some of the things that I've said that she feels that were warranted for me to have this mistreatment towards. So I have the right to discuss it on my platform. And that's all I'm doing. But if you know how she works and how that platform works over there, shout out to Saran Bracey, great guy. Happy birthday to you. I ain't talking about this is what it is. This is nothing but just we good.
Same birthday.
For sure. But he knows what he's doing, you know, and he has a niche. Like you said, his niche is for those type of women that he's catering to. There's a market for it. Trust me, we see it every day. And I promise you, when I say I'm happy for him, I'm happy for him. His cash apps off the chain, his super chats off the chain. He has that following, and he has the Brownsvilles to come up to spew out those platitudes that every man should be walking this earth, should be already doing. That we already know that, but it works.
About money. So is it about money?
Well, I'm not gonna say it's about money, but of course it's part of it. Let's just keep it real. The majority of people on YouTube in this platform, it is about money. I'm keeping it real. I'm about the money, but I'm trying to be truthful with it. I want honesty with the money though. I want transparency. When people hear from me and people like yourself, they hear the truth. Now, if I benefit from it financially by the sponsors or the subscribership, good. But I'm not lying to the people. You see what I'm saying? And we're not giving out negative information. We're giving out truthful information. Hopefully people can learn from it, whether it's financial, IRS, or relationships. We're covering it all over here. Wouldn't you agree? And we're not disrespecting each other. We're not calling each other names and all that stuff. None of that. So if I get ads ran or people want to donate cash apps, so be it. It's the difference than catering to, and I'm not saying this about Sharon, not at all, but some platforms, they know that their message is dangerous, but it's a niche. So they're catering to that particular market. They're catering to that niche. They know, let's keep it real, pain pays. I'm gonna say it again. Pain pays. There are a lot of women, like there's a lot of men out there who fits a particular niche. Like I said, the women over there, let's keep it real, they're pro-choice. There's a market for that. They have bad experiences in picking men. There's a market for that. They want to hear the great, beautiful sounds of a Brownsville who comes in and takes off his shoes at the door and calls every woman on this earth queen, no matter how disrespectful they are. There's a market for that. It shows. Yeah. It shows. Like there's a market for the no good rim brothers. There's a market for these men out here, let's keep it real, who call themselves, because it goes both ways, who call themselves high value, but they ain't shit. You're not high value, sir. Yeah. But you call yourself wanting to get with these women, but you're not high value. There are a lot of asshole men out there like that. Walking down the street, I'm going to say it all day long, and I'm sorry. You walking down the street in them tight ass jeans, with your ass showing, with the purse that you got from the woman's department. You got the motherfucker from the woman's department right when you went with your girlfriend. So I don't know who the fuck is who. I don't know. And that's the truth. But you a high-valued man. No, you're not. You're confused. And she's confused. So when they come across a real man like myself and Thomas, and I do consider Sharon to be a real man. And when they come across real women, because I got a real fucking woman, you got one that love the doors open for him, that she wouldn't even fucking touch a door. She gonna stand there until I come around and grab it. When I walk down the street, she's on the inside of me. When we in restaurants, I sit with my back to the door. Shit like that. If you can't experience that, it is what it is. And it's not my fault. But come talk to a real man and you will get these lessons. You will get the shortcomings as well. Because like you said, and I'm glad you admitted that, I never denied it. It's hard. It's hard staying married, dealing with this outside forces and all that. It's hard. The first 7 years is something else. But once you get past that first 7, not saying it's gonna be easy, still gonna have some shit, you're gonna be okay. Because by that time, you've learned what you need to have learned. You'll know what battles to pick. You know how to talk to your wife. You'll learn how to bring that tone down because you're talking to your wife, not no knucklehead on the street. Because knuckleheads on the street ought to be talked to a certain way. But when you're talking to your wife, You need to bring the tone down a little bit. Sometimes raise the tone a little bit to get a certain point across, but we all understand that each dynamic is different in the household, but it is what it is. But we recognize the tone needs to be changed when we're talking to our wife and our children, our offspring. The tone changes versus you talking to another man out in the street. We get that. We get the nuances of that. We get it.
What I don't like with men, you got to understand, and I get it. Your defense is women want men to be these traditional men, providing pretty much 80% or more, and they can just be who they are. I get that argument for the men. I get that argument. But my thing is this. Men, if you want that submissiveness, and I know that's a hit that trigger thing, hit it.
Triggered,
Right.
triggered, triggered, triggered.
I know that's a trigger word for some
sure.
people. And I understand that men want women to be submissive and you have the lead, you have it. Okay. Now, in today's world, 2024, you don't get that title by default. You don't get that title by default anymore.
Right.
You do not get that just because you're a man. If you are not putting in 40 plus hours plus overtime, handling your business, providing that sense of security, being on top of your game every day, and I know it's pressure to do so. I know it's pressure. It's hard for you to expect a woman to come under your lead and your authority, especially if you have no direction,
Mm.
you have no plan, you can add value to her life.
Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
See,
Yep. Come on.
we can't expect these type of behaviors out of women if we're not doing our job as men.
Come on. I'm glad you said it. Come on, you talking because they swear up and down we don't do that. I'm glad you said it. Come on now.
Nah,
Come on now.
nah,
Come on.
the
I ain't
men-
gonna stop you no more. Come on with it.
I'm speaking to the men now. I'm speaking to the men. If you are
Come
not
on.
handling your business, making sure your family is taken care of,
Mm.
you
Come
put
on.
40 hours plus more a week, you're not providing that security, you're not giving your woman the space to trust you.
Come on, man. I don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. Come on, boy.
Making
You
sure
preaching now.
that
Come
she's
on.
going to trust your direction and leadership. If you think you just want to just sell her what she wants just to get into her drawers, you don't want to handle your responsibilities, you don't deserve submissiveness from a woman.
None whatsoever. None. Just because you
You're
show up with a
bum.
penis don't mean you deserve to be submissive to. Ass. Come on, tell
None.
them, bro. Come on.
You don't deserve it. You could come on YouTube all day and talk. But if you're not living it every day, then your words mean nothing.
That is true.
So
And
all
that-
this.
Whoa. Come on.
Nah, go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I'm in the cut you off. Go ahead.
So for all this bullshit about women need to do this, women need to do that, women need to do that, the first place the woman's going to look at is you. What are you doing as a man? What space
That
are
part.
you providing?
It starts with you. Listen, I'm not talking to no weak ass man. I only deal with men. bosses. This message is for bosses. Every man is not in a position to be called a high-valued man. You not. You have to be real with yourself. You have to be real with yourself. A woman knows, well, at least they should know who they want to be submissive towards. You have to bring something to the table. Like everything Lamar just said is so true, but that's the issue with this space. That's the issue in this world. Not even that this space. For some reason, I don't know where it came from. The men, a lot of these men feel that they are worthy. I'm not going to blame it on Kevin Samuels and all that movement because I don't know enough about it. But I do remember that when Kevin Samuels, may rest in peace, he was pushing the high value situation. But I think a lot of wrong men took that out of context. I can honestly say that because he was only talking to a very small, minute type of man. And I can understand that. He was talking about the men who make six figures plus. A lot of men don't make six figures, nowhere near it. But we had a lot of men acting like they were.
But to interject 1 second.
Go ahead.
You notice a lot of women that called the show, these are all the men these women want.
Right.
They didn't want the average.
So their standards was too high. That's the issue as well. You're right. That's a whole other issue. You're right. That's a whole other issue. Of course, and Kevin Samuels did make that a point to point that out. Your standards are too high. How can you be looking for example, I'm hypothetically saying this, but a lot of women will be in this situation. You coming in with baggage. Hate to use that term, but you're coming in with 2, 3, 4 children from another situation, and you're looking for a quote unquote high valued man, 6 figures plus. Now let's be real. Not that I'm taking over Kevin Samuels' position, but I'm just being real. The average man, not the average man, a man making that type of money is not going to be interested in a woman with that situation. And that's the unfortunate truth. Good or bad.
By the way.
You said what?
My mom loved Kevin Samuels, by the way.
Yeah. Listen, I love some of the things he says too. Because he's true. You know what I'm saying? So... But you said it correctly. You're 100% correct. The women have too high of a standard. And what are you bringing to the table to even request what you're requesting? You're asking for a 6-figure individual when you're not bringing nothing to the table. Nothing. When you need to be in reality, because first of all, let's keep it real, the 6-figure individual doesn't want you. And that's a fact. They don't want you. They don't. So that list is not obtainable anyway. You need to be realistic. Be with the guy that you be putting in the friend zone for most situations, or stop trying to find that 6-figure guy. Find a guy that has a regular job. And if you like him, and you build with him.
Nothing wrong with that.
Potential. Ain't nothing wrong with that. My wife did that with me.
It's nothing wrong with that.
Yes, that's what you're supposed to do.
It's nothing wrong with being average. There's nothing wrong with she making whatever 45, 50. He making 50, 50. It's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. Even if you're making less than that, it's not about that. I promise you it's not.
Nothing wrong with that. But to say that if he can't pay 100% of the bills, I'm going to pay 100% of the bills. At least he's bringing in 50. He may not be able to pay all your bills, but if he could go in half, 50% is not good enough, because without a man, ladies, you're paying 100% of the bills anyway. So to say he has to pay 100% of the bills, or 80 to 90%, or he's not on my level, I'm just looking at it just from a pure financial standpoint. Wouldn't you rather pay 50 or 40% of the bills versus 100% of the bills as you're doing now? And that comes from this level up channel space area. You can always do better. The grass is greener on the other side. I've known so many stories of women that divorced their men because they thought they could do better. 5 years later, the man is remarried with the child,
Mm-hmm.
and they're still single, the woman. It comes from that false sense of reality that these spaces on social media tends to bring.
That your father just spoke of. He just spoke
Right,
of it. And it's so true. The false sense
right.
of reality. Yes.
It's a
That is so,
false
yes.
reality. In the real world, it takes two income to maintain.
Well,
In
I'm gonna push.
the
Well,
real
I
world.
don't. Well, that's a whole nother conversation. I push back on that a
But we're
little
not gonna
bit,
talk about
but
the people that's well off by themselves. But you get, I'm talking about
I give.
the
Okay, I got you. I got you.
general
Yes, I
normal
got you.
people,
Yes,
not,
yes. Okay, I got you.
not the people that's in different status and class that can maintain their own by
Mhm.
themselves.
I got you.
Obviously,
I
we
follow
know
you.
that.
I got you. I got you.
And,
But yeah, I got you.
and the more women make, especially in our community, the more they make, the higher their degrees, the higher their education, the their requirements tend to increase. Their
Mm,
standards will increase. The more money they make, their standards increase. The more education they have, the standards increase. The more accomplishments, their standards increase.
but okay, let
So,
me ask you a question because
yep,
I agree with you. Now, I don't think all women do that, but some. I'm not good with numbers, but I can visualize the more a woman gets educated, the more she goes up that educational ladder, getting the degrees and whatnot, the more she moves up the corporate ladder. And if they're not already in a relationship, they tend to add more criteria to that list. So I visualize that. My question to you would be, which I don't have the answer because I'm married. Does the man, again, does the man that she require for as her list, does the man require that of her? Does that man want her, like you said, with all those degrees? Because you even said it. We're not looking at the degrees.
no,
I'm really not off bat. Like you said, it's more like a third priority type situation. I'm looking at, like you said, looks and or the energy. Can we have a conversation and all that? Now, within the conversation, and that all based on the man and who he is. Once I realize, okay, she has some education, she has degrees or whatnot. Okay, that's beautiful. I like that. Now I'm thinking down the lines. If we decide to get together and it works out, I'm a businessman already. I'm an entrepreneur. That's going to make it easier for us to do business because she's a minority who has these degrees, so other things can open if you're on my level. But the average man doesn't think like me. The average man just working don't have the desire to be an entrepreneur. So like you said, their degrees not even coming into play. You see what I'm saying? So having those degrees don't mean nothing. It's just putting her on a higher pedestal within her own head, which is getting her out of her own dating pool. You follow me? She's putting herself out of her own dating pool. Because the men that really would like to be attracted to her, she's not attracted to them because she's going after that man that don't want her. That's what I see. Make sense what I'm saying? I can't hear you.
the thing about that is, Otis, is
Talk to me.
the more a woman, and this I mainly see this with our black sisters. I've seen white, Spanish, Asian, Middle Eastern doctors that are married, PhDs that are married, and they tend to meet their husbands while they're in school. Where versus I see a lot with our sisters is since the deep rooted belief that men ain't shit anyway,
Mm-hmm.
based on probably what's been passed down, they tend to go to school to prove that they don't need a man. And this is evidence in a lot of our black sisters. Every time the majority and the statistics show that a lot of enrolled, you could look this up yourself,
Mm-hmm.
college students that are black women after 30 are coming on the heels of a divorce, a nasty breakup. So the first thing that what happens when a woman gets, let me hit the light. hit the light on for you for a second.
Okay.
One of the, yep, let me hit the light.
Yeah. Why you do that? Let me read this.
Yeah, read the chat. Read the chat. Let me
uh,
finish my point. Read the
okay.
chat.
Okay. Go ahead.
Now, read the chat first. I'm
Okay.
gonna finish my point.
Okay. Shout out to Kasim, great supporter of the show, great guy. I rocks with him. He says, and you let me know how you feel about this. The unspoken assumption is that a man will upgrade her life when she gets with him. He's supposed to be able to do that in the beginning or have the problem-solving mindset to figure out how. How do you feel about that? Or you go ahead and finish your statement as
To
well.
answer that question, it is the assumption that I believe he's accurate. He's on the right track with that.
Mhm.
That most women believe that as soon as they get with the man, that he's supposed to automatically take over all the fine. They may not come out and say it, but he's supposed to pretty much pay everything.
Uh-huh.
And some women will leave a man if he can't.
Of course. Yeah, but I told that story yesterday. Yes. Uh-huh.
It's
Yeah.
it's not talked about at the beginning verbatim, but it's the expectation that when a woman gets with a man, normally, that his duty is to take over the full, pretty much all of the financial responsibilities. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad expectation. That's cool.
Uh-huh. Let me see.
I mean, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel. But those type of men, women believe that those qualities and capabilities are in every man they meet. And that's not the case for everyday life. So now we get into the reality versus the false sense of reality that social media regarding relationships tends to bring.
Uh-huh.
So that's my answer to that. I think
Gotcha.
he's on track with that.
Oh yeah, for
And
sure.
so back to the point I was making is that a lot of women, particularly black women, after 30, their college enrollment increases, and it's always on the hill of a nasty divorce, it's the hill of a big breakup. And most of our sisters, compared to whites, black, Asians, Hispanics, doctorates, PhDs, lawyers, significant job titles, they tend to be the least married out of their peers. And because as a woman gets older, her requirements are more, her expectations are higher, and
Mm-hmm.
her expectations are higher based on lived experiences. So she could have a bum baby daddy from 10 years. Now she doesn't want a man like her baby daddy. So now she wants the next man to come into her picture to be more than her baby daddy. But the problem with the men that are more than their baby daddy, they're going to be looking at the woman like, why did you choose him? So now
Right.
the ego comes in like, I'm dating you. You expect me to marry you? You expect me to do this and this? And you had a baby by a man that's nowhere near my level, and you didn't even require marriage. Now you're pressing me for marriage. That's where the connection
Wow.
comes.
Wow. Yeah. Damn. Okay. Wow. Wow. Hey,
And
listen.
that's
Hey.
was
Yeah.
because they're gonna look at your baby daddy like,
That's what. Yeah. That's
well,
definitely. Yeah. That's definitely one
it's not
aspect.
like you
Yeah.
dated
It is.
Jeff
Yeah.
Bezos or someone, on my level higher. Men are looking like I'm dating a woman of my status, who I am, and Pookie got the draws.
I ain't gonna lie, man. Unfortunately, men do have that thought process, seriously, because we all been
Right.
there. We all been in a situation where we're dating someone, they already have kids from previous relationships and whatnot, but they're pressing you for it. So all those, so yes, yeah. I mean, yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah,
just that's the reality. That's
yeah,
how men think. Like,
yeah.
You
Wow.
didn't require marriage from your first 3 baby dads? And you person me? Because men
Mm,
are prideful. We're prideful. We're like, hold on.
right. Yeah, speaking of that, Kasim is on fire. He always come with the heat. Another statement. Men do not want women to provide for them. And women don't want to provide for a man. Deep down, men know women aren't going to comfortably switch places with them in the provisioning. And that is true. That is true. 100% accurate. 100% accurate. Now, to tie into that, that's why I stated earlier, okay, and I'm a firm believer in this. Not gonna say every man, but me, I'm speaking for me. I went into it and started off, my intentions is to take care of everything financially. That's my goal. That's my intention. Of course, what's mine is ours, and what's yours can be yours. That's fine. I have no problem with that. But when hard times come up, because it happens, and that's some real life shit. When hard times come up, it should be no issue with you being right there. Again, I shouldn't have to even turn all the way around. I should just start to turn and you right here. Damn, that my baby is. Doesn't happen often, but when it does, you right there. That's, to me, what a strong bond and what a marriage is. I go in thinking that, but shit happens. Like you said, when you met your wife, before she was your wife, you was down on your last, you was living in the basement or such and such, but she saw something in you. She saw something in you. And look where you at now. You smart as hell, you know what you know. Just by looking at you, no disrespect, people wouldn't know the intellect that you have, the book smarts, the way you get down into the certain books and things like that to get the remedies and the lifestyle that you're living now. You know what I'm saying? So people wouldn't even know that by looking at you. But your wife saw something in you and stuck with you. Same with my wife. When I met my wife, I had my own business. It failed. Then I got another one. Right. That one failed. And I got another one. I'm an entrepreneur by heart, but she knew what she was getting into. And every time I failed, she was right there. Now with a smile, don't get it twisted. She was right there, angry, not understanding what's going on, frustrated, but she was there.
Yeah,
that's what people don't understand. And that's what the dynamic is. That's what people are trying to get to. That's why when I hear people, I make a statement and I just fall back. Because a lot of things, it doesn't require anything after you make your statement. Well, when you're ready to talk, come talk to me. A lot of things not up for debate. It just need to be said.
Fact.
You know what I'm saying?
because when I met my wife, I was working at Nando's.
Okay, you was working where?
I was working at Nando's.
Was that a restaurant? What is that? Okay.
It's a restaurant. It's a food. It's a South African style restaurant. I was working there $1,531 a week, every 2 weeks. Checks made me like $500, $600. When I met my wife, I had $600 to my name, 3 pairs of shoes, probably like 7 outfits. No car, no nothing. My wife had 60 grand cash in her account when I met her.
Don't tell her business.
Sorry, wife. And she saw something in me, and she saw what I could become.
Mm-hmm.
And she stuck it out with me, but I knew she didn't have to.
That part.
Because she paying for most of the stuff. She had more money than she paying for most of the stuff. And you would know if a woman really loves you is when she spends her money on you.
Okay.
And she got
Now, can I please ask you a question? Because this is a teaching moment here.
What?
This is a teaching moment here. Let me ask you a question.
What?
This is a teaching moment here. She was bringing in most of the money.
Oh yeah.
She knew that.
Yeah, way more money.
All that. Now, let me ask you a question, and this is what people need to understand. It's going to go over some people's heads, but it needs to be discussed. Did she ever hold that over your head? Did she ever throw it in your face? And did she still allow you to lead the relationship? Lead her as the man that you are?
She never threw up the money income disparity at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
She never said, you broke ass nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Said none of that. And I
Mm-hmm.
was still making the decisions, being assertive, making the final decisions.
Mm-hmm.
It's that which actually attracted her to me more than my ability to make leadership. Because I tell her, I said, listen, nah, you about to spend $3,000 on this. Now we about to go get a CD. Take that money, get the CD. We about to save. We about to
Okay.
invest.
I'm coming. Okay.
with
You talking to me?
dad.
You talking to me? Okay.
Yeah.
You talking to me?
So once she let me know
Okay.
what she was really sitting on, I'm like,
Okay.
oh shit, we about to put this to work. Listen, you need to get a life insurance policy. You need to get this. You need to get this. You need to invest in this. What's your credit looking like? Oh, now we got to build that up. Take this 500 because she's sitting on all that money and she had a credit score.
Listen to what you're saying. I don't mean to cut you off. I got to make this point because people are hearing us, or they will hear this later. But they only going to pick up certain shit. See,
Right.
the unastute, because I know what's going on. See, but I'm talking to a real man here. We're two men talking, because I know what's going on. And we're married to real women. So I know what's going on. To the unastute, to the untrained, they're going to hear something totally different than what you just said. See, you're not a drug dealer or one of these hoodlums who just shacking up, who came to a house with your PlayStation in a bag on a couch, and you came up on a woman who just happened to have 60 grand in the account, and you finna scheme on her. See, that's the majority of these assholes. That's what's out here, and that's what's being got. That's what's going on. But the reality, it was totally for of what was going on in your situation. You're a good man. The woman.
Oh yeah.
The woman saw
from the
the
beginning.
good in you, and you weren't trying to take that money to come up with no quick scheme to go buy a brick, to go flip it, and all that. You saw it in her benefit. What average man know about a CD? What average man know about how to invest and do this and make this work for you? You know what? Your credit score not
That's
that
what she
high.
said. That's
Let's
what
do this.
attracted to me
Come
more.
on, man.
That's what attracted to me more.
I
That's what
know.
attracted to me even more.
I know. That's my point. I know. The average man is not like you. We're not talking about those average men. See, if you don't have that wherewithal to do what you did, you can't have a woman like that, and you cannot, first of all, the word submissive don't even come up. It just automatically happens. Let's just say that. If you're doing the right thing, the S word don't even fucking come up. It just happens. However you want to call it, whatever word you want to use, it just happens. It don't even come up. First off.
And it's so cold that this is about like April 2022 because I was helping her out, building her credit up. She came in one day with an envelope with $3 grand, right?
Mm-hmm.
She said, yeah. I said, nah, what's this for? I'm like, no, you ain't gotta give me that. She's like, nah, I want you to have it for it. I said, nah, you sure, man? She's like, yeah. I put that bitch in an interest-bearing yield savings account with Bank of America.
Okay.
And I showed her the statement. That motherfucker has increased in interest. And I said, babe, remember that $3 grand you gave me? She said, yeah. Look what I did with it.
Come on now. Stop it. Stop it. And I know you're not making it up because you can't make up nothing like that in a regular conversation that we're having. See, I don't talk to boys. I don't have a conversation with people that are on my level. See, this is a conversation that the average man couldn't even hold. This is what I be talking about right here, right here, right here. The average man wouldn't even done with, first of all, they didn't even know what you're talking about, unfortunately. And that's the discussions that we need to be having. along with real life situations, which we do in our real life. Non-interest bearing accounts, interest bearing accounts, this, that. We all over the place. They have no idea who they listening to right now. They have no idea. But we can relate in other real life shit because how we are in real life, how we associate in real life. People don't even understand. But it's a beautiful thing. This is why we here. This is why we here. And this is real conversations. This is why we here. But again, where you at right now? So now let's bring the story full circle. You're not in your basement anymore.
No,
you're not in your basement anymore.
So fast forward.
Right. Come on now.
I worked hard.
Come on now. And if they go to your channel now it's time to throw in the plugs. If they go to Thomas Legacy channel and you subscribe to his channel and whatever class that he has to offer, hey, it's up to you. I'm not promoting nothing, but he's worth it.
Yeah.
Hey, he know what he's doing. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah. That's a whole nother situation. That's all I'm gonna say. But come on now, stop it.
So now I have well over 100 pair of shoes now. I say that because I'm a sneaker.
Versus how many you said you had? What, 5 at the time? 2 or 3? How many you said you had when you came
home?
Like
nobody.
Yeah, all right. Stop it.
3, 7 outfits. I got over 100 pair now. All different type of designers, to Jordans to Nikes, all over. Because I'm a sneakerhead. I just love shoes. And
but the point, but all that though.
I'm in my home.
Go ahead.
We're in the process of moving to another home, a bigger home, and I'm just gonna say, financially, I do very well for myself today.
Listen,
and that is her most proud part about picking me when I was at my lowest.
Yes.
I chatted.
Yes, sir, for real. That's some real shit.
And I didn't leave her when I came up.
Right. That part. You hear me? That part. Yes. Real quick.
Stay true to it.
Yes.
So for all this narratives about highlighting these no good suckers, as Brownsville would say, that are highlighting all that. And remember, I'm 3 years removed from an 8-year bid in federal prison, federal penitentiary. My third year.
You ain't bragging about it. You just letting them know where you came from and what you can overcome. Period. Period.
Yesterday was 3 years to the day I touched ground from federal penitentiary. Yesterday was 3 years to the day.
Damn.
Haven't been back to prison. Haven't had any violations. I'm officially will be released from federal probation on June 28th of this month.
Oh, okay. Hey, congratulations. And you are out here in these streets doing and putting in the work. You are educating those based on your platform and your Telegram groups and things like that. You are doing your thing. You are educating people financially, moving in a certain way on your own beat, your own drum. Is working. People are getting remedy, and you are doing what you're doing. And you did all that after serving what you did, an 8-year bid in prison, time served, whatever you paid for your crime, and you came home and you are a productive citizen. And I'm gonna tell you this right now, man to man, looking at you. You are well more educated in the things that you know than the average man walking on this street. And they have no idea at all. You should never judge a book by its cover. You should never judge a man, even though we do. When I say man, that's one man or man. Judge anyone by their temperament, because we are all infallible. We're all going to have our faults. No man is perfect at all. You got to judge us in our whole totality. That's why I recommend anyone go back and just watch all your videos, because your language, what you talk, what you teach, what you speak on is very informative, and it shows that you put the work in and you put the time in. It clearly shows. So for anyone to assume, male or female, that you are quote unquote an upscale man, or what the word would that say? What the word they say you are? I'm not you are, but you are upscale. Whatever word I'm that the
Bougie.
no, that the Kevin Samuel
Uh,
say you, whatever word that was, that you are. In my mind, you are him because you have a certain education that the average person does not have. When all they have to do is just read, just like we both reading, we doing our reading, we both doing our things, like a lot of people are. We're
but it's a
reading.
choice. I want everybody to know it's a choice
Of course, it's a choice.
because I took
High
everything
value.
that I know.
Thank
Of
you. Thank
course,
you, Natasha. Thank you. The word I was looking for was high value. Thank
oh,
you.
high value. Yeah, that's a
Thank you,
fact.
Natasha.
And
Thank
of
you.
course, I sharpen my iron since I've been home because I
Of
got
course.
access to the internet. I got access to more books and access to more things. But I chose to use my time wisely based on the conversation I had with my mom. I was at the beginning of my bid. I knew I had a long way to go before I was released. My
Mhm.
daughter was 5 months when I went to prison.
Wow.
5 months. So I missed her first, my oldest daughter, my oldest. I missed her first everything. And my
Mhm.
mom said in a letter, she said, we're counting on you. Get as much education while you can, while you in. Learn a skill, learn a trade, do something that's going to progress you when you get home.
Mhm.
And that's when I started my path of trying to. It was really started off as a curiosity on how to uncover this system. And I got with the right guys. I was lucky to happen to run into Bernie Madoff in the
Yeah.
feds, believe it or not.
Please,
Spent
please,
two
please
weeks
share
with him.
that. Please share that story. Please share that.
Yeah, I ran into Bernie Madoff, the infamous Bernie Madoff, and he started teaching me about securitization. And the 2 weeks I spent with him, I've applied that to my life when I came home. I learned from the other guys, the other gurus, guys that had a combined of 75 years of experience. And I chose to use my time to become better because in order to do more, to be more, to have more, we have to know more.
That part.
So I used that and I came home. Was it easy? No, I was broke as a bag of glass. Did I have thoughts of robbing the bank? You're damn right I did. Did I thought I wanted to pick up that brick? My wife, she gave me 3 grand. You know I could have went and brought her several ounces. You know I could have took that and
Mm,
flipped that.
mm.
I could have took the easy way out. But I dedicated because I realized it's not about me anymore. Any actions, anything that I do is going to affect those around me. And when I started thinking about those who depend on me versus my own selfish flesh desires, and started thinking about, hold on, what's the ramification of me doing this? Hold on. How is this going to affect those around me? Hold on. Huh. How is this going to end for me? See, when I was young, I didn't give a fuck. I did what I want, when I want. If I wanted it, I was taking it. I didn't have no didn't care a world. But as I got older, I realized that mindset is not only going to affect me, it's going to affect those around me. And I got tired of seeing the heartache and pain on my mom's face based on the decisions that
That
I
you was
made
making.
because I know that she raised me the right way. So it's nothing but a disappointment. But even more, my accomplishments, what I've done financially, fuck all that shit. The biggest joy is when my mom finally said, and she didn't say this in a long time since I was in elementary school, that she was proud of me, of the man I became today.
Yes, sir.
So that right there was more than, forget the stuff I talk about. That right
Mhm.
there, to have my mom say that she's actually proud of me because she ain't saying in years because I didn't give her nothing to be proud of. I was always
Got
in and
you.
out of jail.
Right. Trust me, I
Jail
get
was
it.
my second home. So
Unfortunately.
for the young brothers that's out here who who uh who and guess what? Why you say I just got an email from the congressman woman's office. Update on my situation with the IRS. I just got an email. It came right in right now. God is good.
Mm-hmm.
But for the young brothers that's out there, listen, by the time I went to prison at 27, I had 62 arrests, 14 felony convictions. I was disregarded by most of my church uppity going family. I was labeled as nothing but a jailbird. I couldn't keep a relationship. I was always in and out of jail. I had no respect for myself, didn't respect anyone. I was a hothead. I was prone to violence. If I can come home and get married, have a family, have another child, she's 2 now, she'll be here soon, getting on my nerves, be devoted, never cheated on my wife, never had any illicit conversation, never jumped in another woman's DM, never disrespected my wife publicly or privately. If I can do it, if I can do it, young brothers, you can do it. Because that was the worst of it.
Wow.
And
Beautiful.
this was not talked about on those other platforms.
That part. That part. Wow. That part. For sure. Because they
So
don't
I
want to
went
hear
through
that.
jail and trying to stay alive in prison. I mean, the government, they thought it was funny. I was put in the most violent, deadliest United States penitentiaries. USP Hazleton, USP Big Sandy, Bloody Beaumont, USP Beaumont, USP Canaan. Death, murder, and destruction is all I seen in prison. And while that was going on, I was here on my way to the law library.
Mm.
This is what I was. Now there's times I had to put a demonstration down because you can't let nobody walk over top of you because
Well, of course, yeah. I got you.
if you
Hey.
get in prison, I had to put quite a few demonstrations down. But the majority, I never lost sight
For sure.
because what I was doing, I wasn't doing it to come home and get a bill paid for free. What
Uh-huh.
I was doing, I was thinking about my future. I don't know what the the date was for that future that day would come, but I was preparing myself for it. And what you see today has been nothing but a decade, decade of hard work, dedication, blood, sweat, and tears, persevering through setbacks, persevering through the being the outcast, persevering, never giving up on myself, and trusting in God. That's why I wear this hat a lot. Never too fly to pray.
Right. And you're not too bad of a rapper either. I give you that. Ha.
Oh,
Hey,
oh
for
yeah,
sure.
yeah, yeah.
I rocks with you. I rocks with you. For sure. The last one I heard not too long ago, I think it's a little slower. You need to send me that.
Another one,
You need to send me that. The one you played doing
another one,
intermission.
right? Another one.
Yeah, I think that was it. The one you just played not too long ago, I think it was yesterday doing intermission when you was on your live and you told them to hold up.
Oh, that I will get that to you today. I know
Yeah.
which one you're talking about. I'm gonna
Whatever you
send it.
got, send it to me, bro. I rocks it. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to put it in my intro and all that.
No,
You know,
I got you. I got you. Got you. I got you. I got you.
For sure. Hey,
I got
but we've been here for two
Yep.
and a half hours. Time go by fast. It's your birthday. I know you want to go
I
out.
want to say this. Shout out to everybody. Thank you for the birthday wishes in the chat.
Yeah.
Everybody that was saying it. Natasha, Haitian Forever,
Yeah, for
Famous
sure.
Noodles, House of the Great Danes, Larry Bowen,
Yeah.
everybody.
Yeah.
I
Happy birthday
appreciate
to
it.
you, fam. For sure. Do you
I just
have
want to say to y'all,
Yeah.
I know they're going to chop and screw this video up, Otis. I
Of
know they're
course.
going to
We
chop and
don't
screw
care.
it
We
up.
built for it. We good.
But at least I can say that the conversation that I had with you today in the back and forth, and even brought my pops on, it
Mhm.
was all in good faith. It was not
Yes.
meant to demonize a woman. It wasn't meant to demonize a man. It wasn't meant to say a man ain't doing that, woman ain't doing this. I feel like we tackled both sides and we were being as balanced as
Yes, we were.
possible, as much as we can.
Yes, we were. And we was on my panel, my show, and I thank you for joining, and where everyone had the chance. We both spoke, had said we had to say, and we're not taking anything back. We meant exactly what we said, and it is what it is. If you have an issue, you're free to come. Drop me an email, otiswho1@gmail.com. You will not be disrespected, and we can have an open dialogue. You, myself, and Thomas. Trust me, we welcome it with no
Yeah.
problem. That's for real. Do you have
And even
anything
if they
coming up,
resort
sir?
to
Go
insults
ahead.
and disrespect to me, I'm still going to stay here.
Well, let's keep it
Because
real. We are.
ain't nothing
Come on now. No, not
that
you
I've
get
ever
this.
heard
I ain't gonna lie. You get them every now and again. Listen, it is your personality. I'm sorry. You can stay high. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But every now and again, you got to let a sucker know. I'm sorry. I show my ass literally, as you know, every now and again. Let's keep it
You better
real.
know that.
Stop
You
it.
better know that.
Come on now. Come on now.
Better know that.
Me and you, let's keep it real. That's why me and you had a little disagreement, a little minor. That wasn't shit. But as you can see, we moved way past that bullshit. And come on, bro.
Because real men, we don't hold grudges. When
Right.
men don't hold grudges,
exactly.
I don't
Come
do
on,
all
bro.
that sucker
It ain't
shit. If we
sucker shit.
talk and we get an understanding, that shit is erased.
It
We
is what
moving
it
on.
is. It is what it is. And I want people to understand that's how men supposed to act. Period. Point blank.
Oh, I guess what they thought, I was supposed to start making 7
Right.
videos
Say
about
that.
you.
Right,
You
right,
making
right,
videos
right,
about me.
right. And then
they
I
come
do what I do.
sincere.
Right, right. Come on now, stop it. Ain't none of that shit occur. Nowhere
I'm too solid
close.
for that. I'm too solid
Stop
for
it.
that.
Stop it. But with that being said, do you have anything that you want to promote or you have coming up? Now,
Yes,
like I said, make sure,
yes,
go ahead. Go for
What
it.
I want to
Yes, sir.
what I want to let everybody know is I'm gonna tell everybody this that's listening right now.
Mm-hmm.
And this is I'm going to talk to the average everyday W2 wage earner worker that receive a W2 at the end of the year. I'm going to be having a class speaking, and of course, Otis, you and your wife is welcome to come too if y'all want to. I'm going to be having a class speaking directly to my W2 wage earner workers and the fact that when you are filing your end of the year tax returns, you are filing the wrong forms. You've been filing the wrong forms forever and a day. We're not going to get into why you've been filing the wrong forms. It doesn't matter. You've been filing the wrong forms. You've been filing the wrong forms, and we need to get you back on filing the right forms that's associated with the W-2s you get at the end of the year to file your tax return. You've been filing the wrong forms. The form that you've been filing forever, I know you think it's normal because you believe you have. I know that you think it's normal, but you've been filing the wrong forms. And that's the class I'm gonna be having. I don't care about why you believe you've been filing the right forms. You've been filing the wrong forms. And you could be on the screen too, Otis. And here's the thing, like before I go, same thing.
When is the
Shiesty,
class? You know when it is? Or are you still trying to put it together?
it's going to be in about the next 2.5 weeks. I got to get everything set up. I got to do my
Okay.
curricular.
I
I
got
got to
you.
get everything because I got to give you the understanding, the foundation. All that's going to be a part of it.
Yeah. So
But
give them your YouTube channel so they could subscribe to you, so they could know when that meeting and that class is going to take place.
everybody's Thomas. Yes, Thomas Legacy 723. Shiesty Bum. Thank you for the shout out. I appreciate you, Shiesty Bum. Like I said, it's just stuff like that. Like, her
Man,
comments.
I
Like,
know, man. Please don't listen. Don't,
no,
man.
I'm
Please
not.
don't
No,
take us.
no, I'm not
Go
about
ahead.
to go. I'm not about to go in
Oh
because
no! I was about to say, don't take her serious. She's a
no, I
professional
don't take it
troll.
serious. I know.
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
this is who she is, and
She don't need no
you
harm
know,
with her
she.
crazy ass.
I consider her to be a very, an immature girl. She's very immature, very funny, but immature. But one thing about it, uh, I have eczema, and I'm allergic to anything fake.
That part, me
So
too. That part,
I have eczema.
yeah, me
So I
too.
can't
Damn,
because
man, we got too much in common, bro. So you can't
I
wear
got
nothing
eczema.
fake. Come on, I got you. So I got.
So my children scratching. I can't wear nothing fake. I have a skin disorder. It's called eczema.
Yeah, yeah, I got
Any
it too for
metal,
sure.
copper, nothing that's not real silver or gold is going to break my skin out in rashes all over. So yeah,
Facts. You
but
crazy?
but
Yeah.
Shiesty bum. I will say this, dude.
Uh,
Shiesty bum. I will say this, dude. If
Shiesty
you put
crazy.
my bank account, if you put my bank account up against your bank account, I guarantee you all the money you've ever made in your life won't even compare to what's sitting in my account right now. I guarantee you that fact. My first 3 quarters of payments and statements that I have on my channel, I guarantee you, Shicey Bum, because you don't even know enough to even step into my lane. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I would just give you an inside look, your car, everything, Shicey Bum. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Miss Shicey Bum. You don't have to compete or try to come for me. Because when I leave here, I'm going back. I'm going to the mall. I'm hopping my Mercedes Benz, and I'm going to have a very good time. When you leave here, Miss Shicey Bum, you're going to come out and go to other channels where they just talk about why men ain't shit. So my suggestions for you, Shicey Bum, is you need to stay off these level up channels. You need to stay off these channels that just want to keep the gender world going. You want to keep the gender world going. And you need to find you a good, solid young man that you could build a foundation with and build a future. Get married and have some kids. Uh, 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 it's okay. You don't have the more demanding I deal
Now
with.
see, now listen, now Shiesty, listen.
No,
Hey,
no,
come on,
she
y'all need
listen.
to stop
She's
it.
no,
Stop it, man. I
she's
know y'all
cool.
having
It's good for
fun,
the
but y'all need
theater.
to stop,
Otis, keep
man.
it going for the theater. Keep it going for
I
the because
know, but
I
I know,
engage
but
in the
y'all need to
theater.
stop this. I know y'all
Nah,
having
and
fun and stuff, but come on, man.
I can engage in the theater for a second. I can engage in the
Shiesty
theater,
crazy.
but nah,
Shiesty,
no,
Shiesty.
she's not. No, she's not crazy.
Well, I'm in it. Okay.
She's very aware. But those people that know me, I'm not having kids after 35. By the time you get 35, nobody's gonna want you. There's gonna be a hot young 24-year-old.
Oh
That's
shit.
the problem. Nobody's gonna
Oh
want you at
God,
35.
yo.
They're not gonna want you at 35, Shicey Bum. There's gonna be a hot young 24-year-old with no kids. Why would they want a 35-year-old when they can have a 24-year-old? They're not gonna want you. So you need to start capitalizing on your youth now. That's what you need to do. And I'm not comparing why you comparing yourself to a woman. If you don't want to compare yourself to me, you need to step out and don't throw stones. And then when I say something back, you say, why you compare yourself to a woman? Don't throw stones. These are married, respected men. But Crypto Gorilla, this is a woman that has no future in men. Is no one's vetting to marry her. They're pumping and dumping. By the time she's 35, her body count's going to be risen. She's going to have more mileage on her. And she thinks she's going to be attractable as she is now at 35. This is the delusion I'm talking about. That with age and mileage and being pumped and dumped, she thinks her value is going to be where it is when she's younger. See, this is what they tell these type of women, that I can wait till later on. I'm still going to be the same hot young thing. And nobody's going to want you at 35. I don't care about the men you deal with, Shicey Bum. They can't hold a candle to my fire. They don't know what I know. I have accounts. My bank account is good. I have a very nice vehicle. I live a very nice life. And if you keep playing, I'm going to go into my vault and whip out the bandos on you. But
Man,
this
hey
is,
man.
but I'm going to say this, Otis, before we end it.
You're not crazy,
I'm
man.
not going to do it. I'm not going to do it because this
Stop
is
it,
a
man.
young, lost, confused young girl. She's a young, lost, confused young girl. Her mind has been tainted about niggas ain't shit, men ain't shit. Obviously, there must be something about me where she always has to comment when I come on. She has something like that. You know
Man,
what I'm saying? You always got to say something about me. Shicey Bum. I'm married, man. I'm married. I'm married, Shicey Bum. No,
listen, man.
you're not a better pick than a wife
Don't,
I
hey,
got.
don't,
Because
hey, don't fall for that. Don't do that. Cause that's
no,
why
no, no, hold on,
that's
hold
why I
on.
would never put
No,
that up. I
because
would never even.
the only
You notice I didn't put that up, right? Because I ain't gonna never disrespect you like that. I would never do
no,
that.
no, that's
But
cool.
I'm
You can
not gonna
put
put it
it
on the
not
screen.
the only
But
see the
come on,
only
bro.
thing
Don't
is that
come on,
the,
Shiesty. Y'all, hey
the
man.
nah, don't say come on, Shicey, because Shicey ain't doing a goddamn thing. The only reason why is she has no ring on her finger. So you can't say you're a better pick because we married. We judge by marriages.
Mm,
So you can't
mm,
say you're a better pick if you haven't been picked. We still
mm.
out in the data
Hey,
market. My wife is not in the data market. And my wife has more money than you'll ever even imagine having. You're not even nowhere near my wife's level. But this is what Otis, this is the same point I'm making.
I'm listening.
Over there, see, she's so used to being in those spaces where everybody's like, yeah, yeah, hoo ha, hee ha. But I
Mm-hmm.
guarantee, she said, like she said, she loves simps even more. Because she, in her mind, she thinks a man is going to come save her at some point in her life. But what I'm trying to tell her is there's not going to be a man to come save her at 35. By the time she's 35, that is what it is. And the men that she said she choose got more than me. That's but basically what I'm saying, Shicey Bum. I will believe you if you could show over 95K gross in the first 3 months of this year. That's all I want to say. If your man can show that, if your man can show that, then I will put them on the same level. But it's women like Shiesty Bum, and that's the thing, Shiesty Bum. I don't know what she looks like. She may be a young hot thing. She may be pretty beautiful or gorgeous. I don't know what she looks like. And most of them never show what they look like because, you know, I don't know. Don't get married to after 40. Look at these talking points. Get married after 40. You see these talking points?
Yeah.
This is
Word,
it.
or I
No, no,
put
no. Hold on, but you
where's
gotta
the fact
understand one
check
thing.
though? I
Hold
mean,
this.
yeah. I mean, I get you. I get you now. I
This
jump
the shit
in
I'm
on this
talking about.
part, Shiesty Bum. I like the statement you made. I'm not now. I'm going to put that up because I like to. I would like to challenge you on that, Shiesty Bum. I would like to see. And
Can you
and, and,
bring her
and,
up on the
and you know me,
channel
I'm
and
not coming.
cam
I'm not
up?
coming after you, but I want to see the numbers on that. Is that really true? Most people in America don't get married to after 40. Can you please? I'm not coming at you, Sexy Bum. For real. Can you prove that statistics?
Can you show it?
Just show
Come
it. All
show it.
for all jokes
Can you
aside,
come?
can you
Can,
or at least
can
give
you
us the link? I'll pull it up for real. I'm not trying to be funny. I
Otis,
want to
can
know.
you invite her to the channel live and tell her to cam up and come talk?
First of
Tell her
all,
to cam
Shicey
up.
Bum is always welcome to come up.
Tell her to
Shicey
come
Bum
up.
has a. I made
Tell her to
Shicey
come
Bum a
up.
monitor. I made a moderator on my channel. She can come up
Okay.
at any time.
Tell her to
So
come up.
and if she
Tell her
has
to
the
come
link,
up.
I've
Tell
never
her to
seen
come
her
up and
on a
cam
panel.
up. Tell her to come up and cam up.
That's not going to happen. I've never seen her do it. But the offer is yours. I dropped the link again just to prove my point. Hey,
Dicey Bum, come up
I
and
dropped the
cam
link,
up.
but I don't think she's coming. I'm gonna
You
drop the
can
link though.
you
But I'm
can
gonna
do that
say
little girl trolling shit in the comments, but once you come up and cam up, once you come up and cam up, come talk to me directly, like I'm talking to you. Let's talk directly. Let's give the theater show for a little bit. We've been having real talk. Let's give theater show for a little bit. Let's give a theater show for a minute.
But
Once
in
you
the
come up,
meantime, if you don't come up, I would like for you to prove that point though, all jokes aside. So if you can, at least if you don't come up, even though I do want you to come up, I want you to. It will be an honor. But in case you don't, at least, if not today, drop the statistic or the reference where that is true, and I will honestly share that on my show, and I will give you credit, all jokes aside. But I would prefer you to come up and we could talk about it, though.
But here's the thing, though. She said it's not a talking point, it's a fact. She said it's a fact. So can we see those facts where most people in America don't get married till after 40, sir? It's on the Journal
Yeah,
of Marriages.
I want to see that.
She said it's on the Journal of Marriages. Come up, Shiesty Bum. Come up. Come. He dropped the link. Come up. Come and talk to me live. Come up.
It's on the Journal of Marriages.
Cam up. Cam up. We want to see what you look like. We want to see what you look like. Grace us with your beauty, Shiesty Bum. Grace us with your beauty. I want to see what you look like, Shiesty Bum. I want to see what you look like.
Now, you know what? Now, listen. I'm just playing devil's advocate. Now, you know when people see this, you know what they're going to say. Not all people, but the people that dwell in their life, they're going to say, why they always want to ask a woman to cam up so they could just berate her or berate her?
I'm not going to do that. She may be pretty.
Gonna be about, but this,
she may be pretty, gorgeous.
But that's what they always say, though. But you know what I'm saying, though? That's their talking point. Always.
Hold on. She says, I'm at work. Give me a minute. I'll get the link.
Oh, shit.
So the man that you did what got you still working? Oh, girl, stop.
Oh, shit. She ain't coming up.
No, she said she'll get the link. She's at work.
I got
so these men that are better than me, they still got you working, or they pumping and dumping you?
Oh, God. See that?
Look at 10 bands that they dropped on you. Ain't got to work.
That's that
supposed to be lit, right?
Coming out of you. That's
hold on.
DMV
Them supposed to be lit that you did with, right? Why they got you working?
That's that Baltimore.
Why they got you working? What you doing at work on a Wednesday? Hump day. You supposed to be getting hump right now. It's hump day. You supposed to be chilling. You ain't supposed to be putting 40 hours a weekend. The men that you deal with that pick you supposed to be taking care of that, right? Don't you like simps? Why simp? Wow. You deal with simps and they still got you working? Oh, you getting played. Come on, girl. You deal with simps and you still working? You supposed to be getting a check, right?
Well, I mean,
Miss Rihanna in the face. Miss 8, 9, and 10 in the face. Ain't you supposed to? What the hell you doing working, Shiesty Bum?
Well, I ain't trying to be funny.
You can't be at work.
She did say the man she messing with make way more than you. She did say that. So
why the fuck why you at work then, Shiesty Bum?
Maybe her money is her money, and
Critical said in a very she said Critical said in a very beautiful wife she is, Shiesty Bum.
Oh,
she said I got a degree. I used it.
That's okay.
A degree.
Ain't nothing wrong with a degree.
How much you make a year, Shiesty Bum?
Ain't nothing wrong with having a degree. Congratulations on you having a degree, Shiesty.
Man, how much you make a year, Shiesty Bum? How much you make a year?
Oh man,
how much you gotta pay in tax payments a year? Do you send estimated tax payments in?
Now listen. Let's turn this into. Now there she go. Most went. Oh, see, y'all finna have a good conversation. Yeah, you need to come up here so y'all can have a conversation.
Now come up here, Shiesty Bum.
See, I ain't gonna lie. You making some points in your view, but you need to come up and break it down. But that's fine.
Right? No, we get it. Most women in America work. Most women. Most women in America work. We're not saying that. But you say the men that you deal with make more than me. So if they make more than me, why the fuck you at work?
Yeah, hey man.
Why are you at work? Hold on. Why are you at work, Shiesty Bum? Hold on. She said she likes men. She loves men.
Hold on. Shit.
So the simp's supposed to be paying for your rent, your house, everything. Tell her to come up. I'm pretty sure that's her. Oh, no,
hold on. I want to see if this the real person they say that's down here in the waiting room. Show me your face real quick. If it's you real quick. It might be somebody playing games. Okay, I got you. Thank you, sir. Because you know how people be playing. I got you. Okay.
Let's make sure he talk. If he come to talk, make sure he talk about everything because we cover both sides.
Oh yeah,
So let's cover everything.
listen. I don't know what he's up here to talk about, but listen, I'm
He
so
said, hold
glad
on.
to hear.
Hey, post that crypto. Hey, Otis, post that crypto gorilla joint right quick. Post that comment.
Hold on. Oh, stop it. Hold
That
on.
one
Oh my
before.
God. Man, stop it.
Post
Y'all
that.
crazy. The
And the
only
only
degree
degree you
you
got
got
is
is deodorant.
deodorant mom.
Y'all crazy. Y'all silly. Hey, but hold on. Before we go any further, I would like to welcome to the show. I appreciate them. We got the one and only. We got Brownsville in the building.
What's up,
Brownsville
Brownsville? Before we go
from
there, hold
the
on.
hold on. Let me finish real quick. Brownsville from the Sharon Bracy show. I'm glad you are here. Thank you, sir. Thank you for pulling up to the show. Talk to us. What's going on with you, man?
Nah, I'm just, here to show peace and love, man.
Okay.
I hear you doing your thing. I see you doing your thing. I don't really know much about the conversation,
Oh, okay.
uh, other than, Thomas' legacy. I guess he was, flaunting his wealth and, calling
Oh,
somebody a
see, there
simp.
we go. God damn. God damn,
Other than that,
Brownsville.
I didn't hear
Hold
much.
on. No, I'm about to let you put that shit on me, bruh. You ain't about to put that shit on me. We
Hold on,
sat here
hold
for
on.
almost 3 hours. Nah, I'm cutting you off. I'm cutting you off on that one. We had 3 hours of the conversation. We had 3 hours. We had 3 hours talking about. I even brought my pops on here, talking about the real the actual real relationships that's going on. I brought my deacon pops from the church, and I got on men. I got on the men. We talked about men and women. I ain't making one side. I ain't making about
Right, but Thomas
all
Legacy,
this BS.
can I
So
ask you a
now don't
question?
come on here. Listen. I'm telling you, Brownsville, you don't come on here saying other than Thomas flying his wealth. Don't say that.
I
Because I
got you,
haven't
Thomas.
flaunted nothing.
Nah, I
I
got
haven't
you,
showed
Thomas.
nothing.
I got you.
Don't
I
come
got you.
on. You can't do that on me. I'm not gonna allow you to do it. I ain't gonna allow you to set no narrative. If you ain't here to force topic, then we'll give you a backdrop. But come on with that talking point. I'm going to push back every time. I ain't even gonna let you get a word.
No, see, I got you, Thomas. I was just Otis asked me, what did I hear when I popped in, and so that's what I heard. I wasn't saying anything nefarious against you. I was just telling Otis what I heard when I pulled up. That's what I
No,
heard.
yeah, and
I
what you
heard you.
heard was one of the queens that you call comes in the chat. I don't know this girl for real. It seemed like my name is always in her mouth every time she see me. But she
No,
started to
but
try to come for
but
me.
I do got a question.
I didn't disrespect no queens in the chat. You're
Now,
the
Thomas,
queen that
I do got a question though, right?
was up.
because I heard you say, well, over here we talk about the man and we talk about the woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, so my question is, if we are three men on a panel, right? What is the necessity to talk about women's accountability?
You said what is the necessity of talking
Yes,
about a woman's accountability?
right.
What is the necessity?
Yes. Why is it needed for three
Why is
men
it
on a panel to talk about the accountability of a woman?
Can I answer that? I
that
answer it.
wasn't even the topic of the
Hold on,
conversation,
let me
accountability.
hold on for a second, Thomas. Let me answer because this
Hold
is my
on.
show,
I don't
and this a fair question. Uh, I'm going to answer it like this: there are multiple of platforms out there. You made it clear, along with your cousin, which is a great idea, is that you're going to come after the men, particular men, the quote unquote Rim brothers. That's your platform, that's your mission statement. You're not concerned with the accountability of the woman. That's your platform, and that's beautiful. So, with that being said, it's hard for the accountability for the woman to be talked about because I feel that everyone, not just a male, everyone needs to be held accountable fairly. Everyone. So, since the woman is not being held accountable on the Sharon Bracy show, which is an excellent platform for you guys doing what you're doing. I get it, and I understand, especially what you're doing over here and on other platforms. We discuss the accountability along other things, financial and all that good stuff of everybody. So of
Right.
course
But
it
Otis,
doesn't matter. So that's to
Let
answer your
me,
question.
Otis, let me answer this question though. Let me answer this question. I'm gonna answer your question now. The necessity, the point that I was picking, the pinpointed about the accountability of a woman is what I said this. Brownsville, Brownsville, other shows, talk show radio, 40, 50 years, have always taken accountability of the men. Have always talked about men ain't, you got to do this, you got to do that. So what I was saying, and I'm gonna replay what I'm saying, is I'm in a house full of women. I'm married. It's 4 daughters around me on any given basis at any given moment. So what I was saying is when the oldest, she's 14, when her friends that come over, I make sure I counsel them about staying away from pregnancies before marriage, the bum, the shite, the bullshit, the no good men. Stay away from them. Get
and
yourself a
that's
husband.
great, Thomas.
No,
I do the
no, no, no.
same
But
thing.
I bet you, no, no, you're not gonna cut me
But
out. No, you're
I
not gonna
wanna
cut me
cut
off.
in. I wanna cut in right there to ask a question. That's I'm not.
Yeah,
I love everything you're
go ahead.
saying. Everything you're saying, I agree with, and it's beautiful. But I want to cut in right there to ask a question, right? Because you talked about those 4 girls that's in your care and in your tribe, right?
Yeah.
Would you express to those 4 girls that the statistics show that they are the least desired woman on the planet? Would you express that type of ideology to those girls?
Why the fuck would I do that?
Of course. No, no, who would do that? What true
Why the
man
fuck
would
would
do
I
that?
do that? I
Right.
never said.
So
Oh no, hold on,
no,
hold
no,
on.
no.
Brownsville.
But you asked
I'm
the
not a
question.
rim brother. I don't even know what that term is. I'm not a rim brother.
But
I'm not
Thomas,
that.
that's what I'm saying. So I'm going back into the explanation. I asked you that for a reason, right? Because my ideology is this: that when it comes to the accountability of a woman, woman should correct woman when it comes to the internet. Additionally, when it comes to our personal tribe, the family should be correcting and holding each other accountable, which is the father to the daughters, mother to the daughters, et cetera, father to the sisters, uh, whatever, et cetera, when it comes to family. And then I said that when it comes within a marriage, the husband and wife should hold each other accountable, right?
Okay.
The problem that I have is on the internet, there's a lot of men who believe that saying what I expressed to you, that you said, I would never do that. I was on a platform last week, right?
Okay. I see what you're saying. I see
Where
where you're going. I
where
seen that show. I know what you're
multiple
talking about now.
right, where multiple men were expressing that type of an ideology, and they were packaging it as if that is a form of holding women accountable. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Now, here's my thing about that. Uh, as regards to you saying women should hold women accountable on the internet, I really have no position on that. Cool. I really don't see those type of platforms though. Just again, I don't really see a lot of them as much as there's holding men accountable, but I don't see. But that's not my. I don't take no position on that. I'll give you that one. Cool. But what I'm saying is what I was saying is I was more pointing out that the no good, as you would say, no good suckers. And this is a challenge I made to you. There you
Right.
go.
Hey, Thomas. I need you to say it right. So this is how you say it. The red pill men, the incel men, the manosphere men, the rim brothers, the no good suckers.
Man, I ain't gotta say. Come on, God, bro, I ain't gotta say all that. Come on, y'all, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, red pill, manospheres, incels, manosphere.
Well, let me jump.
Okay, yeah,
Go. Did you want to
I
say something real
that
quick before I jump back in, Thomas? Because I want to go ahead and land my plane real quick. If you want to say something, I'll let
yeah,
you finish.
that's dead shit. I'm not with that's I don't know what that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. But To answer and to get back more directly to what you're saying, Brownsville, far as the woman correcting the woman and things like that, I mean, I agree with that to a certain extent. I really do. I'm not really thinking that deep into it. I just, like I said, not trying to be funny or anything. I'm thinking I'm a fair opportunist. I'm a fair opportunist. If I hear something from a man or a woman that is just egregious and it's like crazy, I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to try my best to hold that individual accountable. So that's where it is with me. I don't go that deep into it. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Now, I respect your stance and what you're doing on the Sharon Bracey show. I understand it. I get it. And I applaud it. I really do. I told you to your face it's needed in a sense, but it's all platitudes. It's all shit that we all should know what to do anyway, even though for the record, the average man is not doing. I'm not gonna say the average, I got to get my words right. Some men are not doing that because I don't know the numbers. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I don't know the numbers, but based on what you're
No,
saying, and I agree,
but Otis,
some men are not doing that.
but
But
Otis,
let me.
but Otis, did you hear what I said about the men? And it was a lot of them
Yeah.
that they were expressing that type of
Yep.
ideology. And
Yep.
do you know what the word innocuous means?
A little bit. Explain it to me. I don't know. I don't
So
have a
it
full. I don't have the full understanding, and I will admit that I heard the term,
right.
but I don't
So
know the actual full.
innocuous
Okay.
innocuous
Is
means
is it mean
to
like not
express
all? Okay, go ahead.
to express something in forms of, like, if you want to correct somebody, to do it in a gentle way that is
Okay.
not hurtful,
Okay, I
right?
didn't
That
know.
is not
Okay,
hurtful.
so I did know the definition.
What
Okay.
I'm saying is, men in this space, and I'm talking about the overwhelming majority of them. The
Okay.
reason why I don't believe that they should be holding women accountable on the internet is because they lack innocuousness, right? They lack the ability to do so in a way that isn't emotionally triggering or isn't hurtful, right? So
Mm-hmm.
that is my issue, where I feel like if your goal is to hurt the woman or to reduce her confidence by saying things like she has no value and she's the least desired, stuff that 99% of men will all agree that they would never express to their daughters or never
Right.
express to their wives, but they're
Uh-huh.
willing to do so on the internet, right? That is my issue with these Rim brothers, Otis.
Okay, okay,
And
but Brown,
and
Brown,
my
Ooh, I get.
issue
let me
and my
say something. Let
issue
me
hold
interject.
on
Let me
one second. I'm
interject.
gonna land it. I'm gonna land it right here. And my issue with other men who claim not to be Rim brothers, y'all are not speaking out against those men and their crazy rhetoric.
See, no. Now I'm going to talk. No. Now I'm going to talk. Now I'm going to no. Now I'm going to.
I ain't gonna
I'm
say
just going
that
to
because I
cut
know
it
what you're about to say. Because evidently
because
he
I
didn't hear the
think
show.
you're coming
I
in
got
here with a preconceived notion and
you.
you're
Yeah.
trying to put a label without saying it, because it's what you do, Brownsville. You talking codes, and I'm very hip to you. That shit won't fly with Thomas Legacy. Now let me tell you this, brother. Let me tell your ass this. You can do that shit over there. Let me tell you where it goes when I'm on the fucking panel. Let me tell
Explain
you
yourself.
this.
Explain
Now,
yourself, Thomas. Explain
yeah, let me
yourself.
tell
I
you
know you
this.
did. Explain
I
yourself, man.
told, we had the conversation about the women, the men, talking to my the young daughters, is to stay number one, and I said it, respect yourself. Have self-respect for yourself. Don't just open your legs to any man that say that they love you. If you can't, as possibly, try not to have babies before marriage. And go to your elders for counseling. My young daughters, they come to me for counseling when it comes about men. Now I'm not with the whatever that Rim Brother shit or whoever you want to say, so-called men who say they not Rim Brother, because I think you was trying to hit me with a straight, but I got the Uzi right here. So whatever that situation is that you got with them other brothers, don't impose that shit over here, because I ain't none of that. I tell my daughters to stay away from the same men that you talk about. When I
That
talk to
part.
young girls, young
Facts.
boys, I hold them both accountable. Now,
Fact.
one thing about, yeah, I do that, and I said that before you got here. The same men that you talk about is the same men I tell my daughters, my cousins, and every women that's younger women, younger than me, that I come across to stay away from. But I also put accountability on a woman based on you should have a blueprint. And if you don't have a blueprint, based on your lived experiences with failed men, if the no good, whatever incel, manosphere, ram, red pill, all these men that disrespect women on platforms that come and do this day in and day out. My thing was this is the blueprint of men you should not want to deal with. And if Brownsville, you're making yourself an example of the men these women should be dealing with, I was saying, how about Brownsville, whether you're doing a Sharon Break, start your own channel and connect the women that are looking for men like you to men that share the same views, uh,
And that's a
uh,
great. Hey, Thomas,
hold on,
Thomas, can I
mindset,
cut in
hold
right
on,
there?
views, hold on, one second, views and mindset and about women that you share, and let's start bringing families together. That's my what I said, and you can rewind this tape back. I'm not
And
no
Thomas,
indirect
Thomas.
because if I'm going to address one, I'm address someone. So the same shit that you tell these women on these panels every day to stay away from. But let me ask you a question, Brownsville. Let me ask
Well,
you a
hold
question.
on. I wanted to. I'm gonna let you because we having a conversation, right? So
Go ahead.
you can ask me a question, but I wanted to cut in because everything you said I totally agree with, right? And you said, why don't we connect the women to those type of men? That's a good question. The problem is, and the reason why it's gonna be difficult to do that is because there's not enough men that has enough confidence and mental fortitude to speak out against the Rim brothers in the way that I'm doing it, right? So it's hard to find those men on the internet who share my ideology because a lot of them are scared to step in front of the sword because they're scared of the backlash. They're afraid of the ridicule and they want to be a part of this boys group so much to where now all of a sudden their misogyny is trumping their morality, right?
But
And
Brownsville, what if you only had three people though, Brownsville, that shared the same views as you? Because I said, with regards to women, I talk everything you say on this panel. I tell my daughters, I'm in a house full of women. They've never hear me disrespect their mom, never disrespect my wife, never cheated on my wife, never jumped in another woman's DM, never did any of that. So I understand your views. But what if it's just five, three? How about the focus be on those men they desire instead of consistently talking about men they don't want? Because at the end of the life, at the end of the day, you're married. I'm married. Otis is married. When we get off YouTube, we going to our wives. When these women get off YouTube that are unmarried, I'm assuming that's their end goal. Some men I want to be married, that's cool. But the ones that want to be married, but we just continue to hone in, and I'm not defending those brothers, but we continue to hone in on the men that they don't want, that's not really doing anything to change their everyday lives. So how about we, in addition to you
but it is
educate,
so let me
how about we
because it's
bring
a
the men and women together?
but it
That's all
is
I'm
doing
saying.
something. Well, because you said something that was kind of incorrect. I was agreeing with everything you said up until what you're doing is not helping their everyday lives. I'm gonna tell you how it's helping their everyday lives right now because I'm giving them the ammunition necessary to fight back now. So now they have an advocate who's giving them ammunition to defend themselves and to boost their confidence, right? So that's the first benefit that my message is given to the queens. Now,
But my job,
the
but my
second,
thing,
now hold on.
my
So
thing
hold
is
on,
this
legacy,
result.
legacy,
I'm
legacy.
gonna let
Hold
you,
on, brother.
but Brownsville, you got to just say this point, right? Okay, the ammunition to fight back, I get that, but what's the end result?
The
The
end
end result is
result,
marriages
the
like
end,
you.
the end
That's the end
result, right?
result, Brownsville.
But
Brownsville,
it,
that's the end
listen,
result, brother.
but Thomas, you gotta let me get to that before
All
you
right, go ahead, go ahead.
interject,
I
my
ain't gonna
brother.
interrupt you. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So the way we get to the end result is if we continue on the battlefield in such a way to where now men who share my ideology will get a boost of confidence to want to come out and speak out and say, you know what? I aligned myself on this side. That's why when I gave my call to arms this morning, I specifically said the the question now is, what side of the spiritual warfare are you going to be on? Are you going to be on the side of the spiritual warfare of the Rim brothers, or are you going to be on the side of the spiritual warfare of those that are speaking against the Rim brothers and speaking towards having an ideology of respecting women? Right? And I believe that as long as we continue to push the message forward, there are going to be more men who are going to pop up and align themselves with the ideology, both young and old. And that is where we're going to build the pool of men who are worthy for the pool of women who are looking for them.
But there are already those men that exist, Brownsville. These men exist. These men exist already, Brownsville. These men exist. Contrary to popular belief, the men that share your same ideology. These men exist as well. The end result from
I didn't
me
say they
the,
didn't exist, Thomas. You
is
asked the question. You said,
okay.
well, how can I point them into the direction to find those men? I
Now I
just
said bring them together.
articulated
I said bring them
how.
together. I
Right.
said
And
bring
I
them
just
together.
and right. And I just articulated how we're going to bring them together.
Okay, so here's my thing about that. And I'm gonna reiterate this one more time. I was on here before you popped in. We already had about we was 2 hours and 30 minutes in. I had my pops on here talking as well. I told you we were talking about love, relationships. We wasn't really getting into we got into the men that wanted to do, because I was saying this one thing I was saying, that if you're not on, I think most men, they want this to be this submissive woman, want this woman to be so submissive, but they're not taking care of their lives, they're not taking care of their responsibilities, they're not doing what they're supposed to do to take care of the household. And I honed in on that very in very much detail. And these are the same men that I tell my daughters to stay away from. This is the same man I tell them to stay away from. But I also say for the women, you got to stop having babies dealing with these type of men that don't mean you no good. Because at the end of the day, Brownsville, it's a choice. It's a choice. It's a choice, Brownsville. And you know this is a choice at the end of the day.
But
And
Thomas, so
but
Thomas,
but but
so let me
but
cut in right there. Let me
But
cut in
hold up,
right
let me
there.
ask you a question before you do that. Let me ask this question before you do that. Am I wrong for telling women that you gotta choose better? Stop choosing these men. Am I wrong for saying that? Just listen. You
Okay.
gotta
So
stop choosing these.
the answer to answer your question, you're not wrong for saying that, but you're missing the important context, right? The context that you're missing, Thomas, is these men, these rim brothers, these no good suckers, they're not identifying themselves as such, as degenerates when they meet these women. What they're doing is they're using fictitious means and manipulation in order to convince these women that they actually align with a productive and positive ideology. And it's not until they make that woman their victim to abuse that they reveal their true self, right? That is why my message is important, because I'm revealing these no good suckers, and I'm putting the light on them, and I'm showing the women how to recognize these guys and how to make a differentiation from a good productive ideology versus a rim brother ideology. You see, as men, in order to help the queens, the ladies, the women, we got to be willing to do the necessary work to expose the frauds, the hypocrites, and the rim brothers in order to create that delineation so that
But
the
they don't.
women
But
are falling
Brownsville, these
victim to
women
that.
don't know this already. You don't think these women, do you think these women don't know that already? Who the no good suckers are, as you say? You don't think they know this already? They know who it
I,
is.
I think
Because you're
some of
making it seem
them,
like the women are weak, based on what you just
Yeah,
said,
no,
Browns
but they
Vic.
know who
Oh,
these men
hear me out
are.
real quick. Based on, I'm give you a slight pushback because I like what you're saying, Brownsville. Again, a lot of platitudes. It sounds good, but the way you just said it, you made it seem like these women are just lost. They have no thought process. They can't help but being tricked by these men. That's what you said, and that's just
no,
crazy to me. In
no.
some
So,
situations,
but
it is
Otis,
true, but
now
wow,
Otis, now you
huh?
know. Now listen,
I'm
Otis.
listening
Now you know what I'm saying is factual, right? Men
to a certain
have
degree.
the
So it's
ability.
not
Hold on, Otis. Listen,
okay.
men men have the ability to manipulate and to pretend that there's someone else versus their true self, right?
Of
And
course.
so when it comes, and a lot of men are taught young and early on these manipulative tactics and these deflective type tactics in order to, catch the fish, right?
Okay.
And once
I
they
get you. I
catch
give you
the
that.
fish, right,
Okay.
that's when their true self is revealed. But by that time, it's too late. And then what happens is these men will come up on platforms and then blame the woman and say, well, she was messed up. When no, you weren't truthful to her. You told her you was working at A when you didn't have a job. You told her you was a different type of dude, but then when the pressure cooker turned on, you lost control. You didn't have self-discipline. You didn't have uh, stoicism or
So
emotional
so
intelligence,
so
any of
Brownsville, so
those
what
things.
you saying so Brownsville, what you're saying is every woman that meets a man, they're just 100%, and I'm not taking side, I'm just asking you a question. Every woman that meets so everybody that meets each other shows their bad side, shows their not less desirable side. The women shows her less desirable side, and the man is hiding his not less his least desirable side. Like we all put on a mask. I'm just
Right.
being just human. We all put on a mask of Brownsville.
At least the
This is
first
what I
6 months in a relationship.
this
That's again, that's where your
this is what I was
platitudes come
saying,
in at.
Brownsville.
That's yeah, that
I
should be
in
come on,
Brownsville, I
bro.
let my grandmother listen to you. I let my 83-year-old grandmother listen. Been in the church since 1959. Been a teacher at the church since 1959. My married mom and my stepdad, but he's still my dad as far as I'm concerned. I let them all three listen to you. You know what they all said? They said your message is 100, and I agree with your message. I have no problem with your message.
Right.
But they're saying it's not really rooted in today's realities of the world in the dating market. This is what they're all saying.
Well, like I say, the reason why people would say it's not rooted in reality is because the hard work hasn't even begun to be done. Right? See, this is just the
Because
beginning.
you don't make
I'm
it hard for them. Your
this is
platitudes make it seem like it's too easy. And that's the point that we're trying to make. And that's the part that you're not getting. This is not an argument, so let me lower my tone. Your message is beautiful. Brownsville, I'm going to say it again. Your message is beautiful. You're not lying at
Yeah, I
all.
ain't saying you're lying.
Nobody said it, but what we're saying is it's just too perfect. The shit you saying, every man should know that. What about the underlining? What about the nuances of what you're saying? That's all we're saying. And then part of that, the nuances, the women need to be held accountable because there's nuances to it. And that's all we're saying. Not all women, because not all women are bad and not all men are bad. We're not saying that at all. But the ones that are, they need to be held accountable. That's all we're saying, because the platitudes and the good message that you put out, it doesn't have the reality based in it. It's not lying in there at all. You say it good. You will sell somebody some ice water, and you'll sell somebody some ice cubes in Alaska. You would. But when they get it, now what? The reality needs to be set in when they go into the house with that kerosene heater. That damn ice cube is gonna melt. Now what? You didn't give them any instructions on how to keep it frozen. You just gave them the platitudes to get out the door. That's all we saying. So I'm coming with the reality. And part of that reality is some of the women, not all,
Triggered.
some of the women needs to be held accountable. And let me give you an example of that, because I hold it both ways. Please just allow me, if you don't mind. Now, all women are like this. I'm not saying this, but just indulge me for a minute. Let me just play this. Let me just play it. Here we go. Share, add to scene. Okay, put you there. Boom, and put you over. I want you over there. Yes. Hold on. You go over here. All right, here we go. Let's go over here. Okay. Here we go. Hit play. Now just listen to this.
And he was like, babe, I lost my job. I'm like, all right, cool. So a month later, like the bills, it was time for the bills or whatever, and I'm like, the bills due, babe, or whatever. And he was like, okay, I'm not working. And I'm just in a month, like it's all kind of hustles. You could have been doing something or whatever. So I told him, I said, look, if I pay these bills, are you going to pay me the money back? This man had the nerve to tell me, why should I pay my wife back for paying our bills? I told this man from day one, my money is my money and his money is our money. Why should I spend my money paying the bills? Like, no, he should have paid me back. So that's when I decided, like, I can't be with this man no more. So I had text his homeboy. Like, we all cool. I text his homeboy or whatever. We went together. We left. I met up with him. And we was chilling, we was drinking or whatever. And I started venting. Like I started getting emotional. One thing led to the next. I did not purposely mean to do what I did with his friend. But things happen. Things happen. Like, y'all understand what I'm going through. So his friend ended up giving me some money or whatever. And he was like, babe, look, don't worry about it. Handle whatever you gotta handle. Like, his friend was every single thing I desire in a man. Like, everything I desire in a man. And, ain't nobody trying to hear my side. Ain't nobody trying to hear. So he came home and he was like, babe, I lost my job.
Now, my whole point, my whole point of playing that video, again, we know for a fact all women are not like that. I'm not saying that at all. And I blame, for the record, this is going to surprise you, Brownsville, because I know you heard it. I blame the man because she was upfront. She told that man and made the ignorant ass statement to that man, and he agreed. The statement was, your money is our money, and my money is mine. And he agreed to that. So when they walked down the aisle and they both said before God, gave their vow to one another, that man lost his job, bills were due, and this lady, the wife, had the mitigated goal to sit there and say, well, if I pay these bills, am I going to get my money back? Are you serious? And then she got so upset that she went and slept with his so-called friend. Well, they're not friends, but come on now. And then that's when she realized, oh, she married the wrong man. Now, are all women like that? No. But there are some. And we need to hold those women accountable. And I blame the man because he must have been a beta male, or I don't know what was going on, but he did not take heed to what the lady told him. If anyone tells them who they are, you need to believe them. So I
Otis,
went off. Yes, go ahead. Talk to me.
so we understand that the woman, she violated her marriage vows, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
understood, and everybody could agree to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what I didn't hear you say was that the man violated his marriage vows first.
I
How?
missed the whole
How?
shit. My mic was muted. I
How?
missed the whole
How?
thing.
How did he miss? Okay, I missed that one. How did he mess up the
Oh,
marriage
can I
vows
say something
first?
right quick, Otis, y'all? Why is this Thomas Legacy versus Brownsville?
Oh no, because there was a back and forth. That was the title. But I'll take it
Oh,
out.
okay, no, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, but
No, go ahead.
go ahead and go back what you were saying, Brownsville. Where did he neglect his duties as a husband? That's a good point. I don't know. Talk to me.
Right. So when it comes to a marriage, and I'm sure Thomas would agree with this, and I'm sure, I'm not too sure, Otis, but I think you're more along this ideology as well. That when it comes to a man and he becomes a husband, his
Hmm.
job is to provide, protect, and to lead,
Of
to
course, yeah.
set a baseline. Do both of y'all agree with that?
Of course. If you would have heard the show earlier, of course, most definitely, yes.
Thomas, do you
Yeah,
agree with that?
say it again. Agree with what? Say it again.
To set a baseline,
Yeah.
right? Once a man becomes a husband, it is his responsibility, it's his job to provide, protect, and to lead.
That's a
Do you
fact.
agree with that?
That's a
Okay, all
fact.
right. Now that we have a baseline, right? What this woman intimated in this video, she said that her husband decided to forego provision
No, no, he lost his job. How does that equate to he decided to forego provision? Let's get it
because
right now.
all right, because she said it's been over 1 month, right?
It's been
Now,
30. No, it's been 30 days. It's been 30 days. Not
right.
over. It's been
That's
30
a
days.
month. That's a month.
Okay.
Now listen.
Okay.
No, the what I'm saying is the foundation, the baseline is protect, provide, and to lead. So when you put yourself in a position to where you're no longer able to provide for whatever reason, and you're no longer able to lead because you can't provide, you have already foregone the duties and responsibilities as a husband.
But Brownsville, that's under the assumption that
Man,
he
that's
put himself in a
bro.
position. Brownsville. What if he just got laid off? What if they just had to cut budget and he was part on the chopping block? Men get laid.
Thomas,
People get
you
laid
know this.
off.
You know this as well as I do, brother. Both of us, I'm guarantee you, we got at least 6 months reserve income,
Yes,
right, to be
yes,
able to pay those bills just in case something happens.
yes.
So why didn't that man do that?
Stop it. No, I'm
Uh,
going to push back on that. I'm going to push back on that. Let's keep it real. I'm going to push back on that.
everybody,
You have a 6 month income reserve. Thomas has one. Let's keep it real.
the
The
average
average
person don't have that,
man
Brownsville.
don't have that. The average person is living paycheck to paycheck. Are
Facts.
you kidding me?
That's a fact. Hey, Brownsville, that is a fact.
Hold on. This conversation is not even real. And this is what I'm talking about, Brownsville. That's not
Right.
a real
So,
conversation.
but
I could
no,
touch
but
a
we've
lot
been
of
on
people.
I get what you
Otis,
saying, Brownsville.
Otis.
I
No,
could
but
I
touch
get
a
what
Otis,
you
lot of
saying.
people, Brownsville. I could touch a
Otis,
lot of people,
listen.
Brownsville, who are living paycheck to paycheck. If they don't get their paycheck Friday, they done. It's way
Right,
more people out there. So what are you talking
right.
about, sir?
I'm talking about this, Otis. We
Being
set a
so
baseline.
Brownsville, you're
Hold
saying
on,
he's supposed to
Thomas.
been
Hold on one second. Thomas.
Brownsville,
Thomas,
but
hold on
Brownsville,
one
you were
second. One
saying he's
second.
supposed to have been responsible enough to set up that 6 month reserve. That's what you're saying.
Exactly, right? But listen, that's why I set up the baseline of what the husband is responsible for. We already have the baseline, Otis. So basically what you're saying is most men, because they're not able to set up that baseline, they're not marriageable, which is what I said on a BMU
Oh wow,
podcast.
you go.
I said we have a group of men who aren't marriageable. And if you can't set up the foundation upon being able to provide, protect, and to lead 100%, then you aren't marriageable. So if you're in a situation where you live in paycheck to paycheck, that means that you aren't suitable to be somebody's husband based on our baseline, right?
Browns,
Hold on. Can I say
I'm
something?
sorry. Give me the
Can I say
floor.
something? Let me say something.
Nah,
Brownsville,
go ahead. Go ahead. Come
Brownsville,
on, bro.
Brownsville, not to get in your personal business. Do you make close to 6 figures a year?
Yes.
Okay, the average male black man, if let's assume we're speaking of black man, the average man makes about 47, almost 50 a year. And if he's taking care of the family, and if it's that's a lot, bro.
Right. So
That's
You
not
that's
don't have
why
no
I
damn
said,
six
that's
months
not an
saved
easy
up.
feat. That's
So
not
you,
like me, Browser. Me and you, oh, it's like we make good money. I get that. All right, we cool. But the average man is not in that position to have 6 months reserve based on the fact. But the part I don't disagree with Brownsville is that he's necessarily just automatically unmarriageable. Brownsville, can you just admit that might be a little overstep, like just a little bit,
he going too far. He
because he
can't
may be
exactly
trying
no,
his
mean that.
hardest.
listen.
Come on, bro.
I
No,
get
no,
what you're
no.
saying personally. Me personally, a man is supposed to be able to hold that shit down, no ifs, ands, or buts. I get what you're saying.
Of course.
But I get that. I understand where you're coming from. But just the general Brownsville, the average American has 5% of their less than 5% of their income even goes to saving because the bills are kicking their ass.
But
Come
see,
on,
Thomas,
Brownsville.
Thomas and Otis. Let me give y'all an explanation.
Oh,
See,
go ahead.
when I told my origin story, this is what I said. Before I married my wife, when I was dating her intentionally, I set up a nest egg for myself to where I can have the reserves in place and intact before I took on this woman to be my wife and to have my
Okay.
last name, because she was going to come up under my umbrella of
Okay.
protection, and I had to fulfill my
I
responsibilities
understand
as
that.
such.
I understand that. I
And
understand that part.
what I'm calling for men to do is to simply do that same thing. Before
Okay.
you entertain being somebody's husband, you have to first get that nest egg and that
Okay. I
reserve
understand that.
down,
I
Okay.
understand that. I
so that
understand that.
you won't ever put yourself in a position to where you're falling short in the responsibilities and in the accountabilities of a husband.
This is what
So
I'm going to say.
when
No.
I
Okay,
say
go
that
ahead.
he
Land.
violated
Land
when
quick.
I say that he violated the marriage vows first, that's exactly what I mean.
Wow. Okay. I
That
got you.
is
Okay, I got you. Hear me.
crazy.
Let me say this, please. And please, I'm asking them, please do not cut me off, nobody, please. Brownsville, based on what you are saying, a lot of people, I mean, the number is so high, there should be no marriages at all, based on what you just said. Because in reality, I'm going to go down your rabbit hole that you initiated, and I'm going to pretend to be the average man. I got my nest egg. I got 6 months. I got a year saved up. I'm an entrepreneur. I got 6 months saved up. My wife, when my wife met me, had my own business. Boom, shit happens. COVID came in. That next egg is now gone. It's depleted. Now we're out of COVID. I have no next egg. I'm working a regular job now. I'm living paycheck to paycheck. The next egg is gone. My wife is right here with me. We're both doing what we're doing. So you telling me, based on your own baseline, since I went through my first nest egg and I trying to set up my second, which I'm not even nowhere near, and bills are due, the wife says, well, damn, if I pay this, are you going to give me my money back? And not only that, forget that, you based off your own definition, I just negated my duties as a husband. So she has the right to do what she's doing because I don't have a second next egg. That's what you just said, sir. And that's crazy to me.
Now, Otis,
Hold on, let
now
me
let's
finish. No, let me
okay,
finish.
good,
Let me finish.
good,
Whoa,
good,
whoa.
finish.
I've had several failed businesses. Several. Based on your ideology, my wife should have left me several times ago. Several. Because several times she had to help me help us. Ain't no shame in my game. Ain't no shame in my game. Based off what you're saying, my wife should have been gone, and I negated to provide for my wife because I didn't have a nest egg. That's crazy. Thank God my wife is not listening to you because she stood by my side till I got back on my feet like a woman, my wife should. Now I'm back in the position.
And I
Okay,
met
so
my
can I
wife when I
respond?
was broke.
Can I
I met my
respond
wife when I was
real quick?
broke. Now I out earn her times 10.
That's
Okay, so can I
okay.
respond? Can I
Yes,
respond?
respond. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
So, Otis, you on in your own words, you said, "Hey, before I married my wife, I had my nest egg and my reserves in place." Right?
Yes.
Then you said, right, a natural disaster happened, right? To where you had to go through trials and tribulations. That's different. And that's why I said, hey, we're missing important context. Because
Okay. Take that off the table. So
if
take
this
that off
man
the table.
says,
But
well,
still,
hey,
let's be
you know
real.
what?
Let's be real. Take the pandemic off the table. There are real, still true, real Americans living paycheck to paycheck. They got it next egg and they went through it for whatever reason. A medical situation, it doesn't matter. The next egg
COVID
went through.
alone. COVID
But
alone.
Right. What I'm saying
but
is
if we don't want to use the natural disaster, let's take the natural disaster off. Let's use a real life situation. Person got laid off at
right.
GM. A
I,
medical situation with the wife, and you got to go through them funds because that surgery is elective and it's not
right.
covered.
So
I mean,
that's why I
damn.
said,
Come on
listen,
now.
that's why I said, hold on, Otis, listen,
Okay,
calm down for a minute.
cool.
Because
I just talk
the
like this. Stop
difference
it.
The difference in the situation is he was out of a job for 30 days and then he couldn't pay the bills. So he didn't have a reserve. He didn't have a nest egg. When I talk about the reserve and nest egg, I say 6 months, right? So if it was like, okay, because within that 6 months, right, every strong man is going to figure out how to bounce back. That's why I specifically said 6 months. You should never put yourself in a situation to where if something you go through, it totally destroys you within 1 month. If you living in a situation to where something could happen to you, you can get into a car accident, you can get a medical situation, anything like that, in one
Right.
month you're completely destroyed, then no, that you did not do your due diligence in terms of being a husband, right?
Damn,
But
Brownsville.
if you had that reserve and that nest egg in place for 6 months, right, and then you just going through trials and tribulations of life, then that's understandable. Because within that 6 months, I'm sure you're gonna say, "Hey, I was able to bounce back and get back on my feet," right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm calling for men to do. I don't understand why I get so much pushback from that. I
What?
really don't.
No one's no. Hold on.
No,
I'm
see?
not pushing
No,
back.
Okay.
you know,
I'm not pushing.
Man,
Hold on. Let me say. I'm not pushing
man,
back because I understand where you come
hold on,
from.
Haitian,
But
hold
what
on.
I'm trying to tell you, Brownsville, me personally, I understand what you're saying. I got a 6 month exit. Okay, but when I'm telling you the numbers, the data statistics, the average American has less than 5% saved. And these are married couples, single. They just don't have that
Right.
type of leverage to even. I'm pretty sure they will all want it. Not saying they
They
don't
just
want
don't
to,
have it.
they just don't
And they
have the
love each
capacity.
other. Yeah.
And I'm
And
not
you
making
saying,
excuses for them.
wow.
I'm not
Mm.
making excuses. I'm a proponent of men plus the 40 hours. They need to be working about 60, 70 hours. They need to be going out here doing what they got to do,
Mm-hmm.
overtime, whatever. I'm a proponent for men working hard to take care of their families because that's what I do. But what I'm
And what
saying,
y'all talking about is the struggle love, right? And the
no,
struggle
I'm not
love
talking about the
is
struggle of.
not
I'm talking about
something
the
that we
data.
should be
I'm talking about the data.
advertising.
The
No.
statistics. The statistics is this: 34% of Americans' paycheck is spent on taxes. 26% of Americans' paycheck is spent on bills. The other split, I think like 15% spent on entertainment. Less than 5% of Americans who make less than 100 grand income is towards saving. This is married, single, in between the data statistics. So look at all those married people who make combined less than 100 grand a year. Are you saying they shouldn't be married because the husband don't have a nest egg?
Well, if they can't be disciplined to not live beyond their means and they can't be responsible enough to put together a vision and a plan to get out of that situation to where they're impoverished and move in a situation of success, then no, they should not be marrying people and they're unmarriageable. A
And what if
man,
Wow.
the husband,
Mm.
what if the wife is not working and he had to run through his 6 months because he's taking care of her? You know, she's not working and maybe they have kids. Is he still less desirable if he ran through his 6 months?
no, what I'm saying, Thomas, is this, right? Before the marriage, right? It is certain things that is a necessity for a man to do in order to establish himself as a worthy husband, right? One of those things, well, first, number one, I believe that a man is supposed to recalibrate his value system, right? I talk about that all the time. Put God at the top of his value system, remove sex, lust, and degeneracy. That's number one, because a man who follows God is going to be a man that is able to adhere to instructions.
And and
Two,
should a woman
two.
follow that same man who follows God?
Yes, absolutely. But what I'm saying is, Thomas, it doesn't stop there. What I'm saying
I'm not
is,
saying anything. I just asked a question.
right. But what I'm saying is this: when it comes to a man putting himself in position to be a husband, so he has to have his value system recalibrated. In addition to that, he needs to have the nest egg situation taken care of, right? So that when he does take upon that wife and he adds to his family with children, he already has his foundation in place to where they can move in that positive and productive direction, right? And continue to succeed. It shouldn't be a situation to where this man, yes, he has a recalibrated value system, but now he's also living paycheck to paycheck and he doesn't have not even 30 days worth of reserves. No,
Right.
if you're
Okay.
in that situation
Man,
and you
come
got a
on,
Hold
dog.
on, hold on, hold on, hold
recalibrated
on, hold
value
on.
system
Hold on.
and you don't have the nest egg before you get married, what you should be doing is putting your feet on the grass, working to get that nest egg to put yourself in a position to be a worthy husband.
Okay, so again, and first of all, I'd like to introduce, welcome Haitian, my cousin, to the show. Peace to you, man. I'll let you speak when I'm done. Brownsville, and again, thank you for coming on the show, and also thanks Thomas Legacy for appearing on the show as well. This is a great dialogue. It really is. With that being said, to me, you're proving my point when I say Brownsville that everything you're saying, I don't necessarily disagree with. I really don't. What you're saying is correct. You are. But again, this is where we go our separate ways. And I gave you a pretty good example of what I was portraying and trying to relate to you. And you're still standing on what you're standing on. And I get that and I have to respect that. I'm going to assume, based on the video that I just showed, I'm going to assume that that young man had a nest egg. I'm going to assume that because she said herself, your money is your money, my money is mine. So I would assume they had a nest egg at some point because you're making your assertions, making your assumptions. So I assume he went through that nest egg. That first one is gone. He doesn't have it anymore. Another situation just now transpired, and he doesn't have that 6 month reserve. Matter of fact, he's still looking for a job. It happens. Don't know how often, but it happens. So just based on your sheer logic, he went through the first nest egg. This is the second situation that came up. He hasn't had the opportunity to set up and save for a second nest egg. And you saying that in your eyes, in your beliefs, that he fell short of his provision of under God that he made because he didn't at enough time establish that second nest egg. That's what you're saying, and it's hard for me to accept that, even though I get where your heart is coming from. Because
Hey,
again,
Otis.
which
Hey,
hold on,
Otis, my
hear
people.
me out,
Hold
and
on.
I'll land
I
real
gotta
quick.
go. I was to let you know I gotta go. I gotta
Okay,
go.
peace.
My
Yeah,
people
because
dance.
it's just your birthday. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Peace out to you, man.
All right, y'all. Hey,
All right,
hey,
man. Yeah. Happy born day,
Brownsville, nice
dog.
talking to you. All
Happy
right,
birthday.
Haitians, Browns, nice talking to you, Brownsville.
And I catch up with you, man. Peace to you,
All right.
Thomas. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
peace and
All
love.
right. All
Uh,
right.
so real quick, and I land again. What you're saying, I agree with. I'm thinking it's every man intention, and it should be to have that next egg. You're not saying nothing wrong. You right. You right, man. I'm not. You right. You ain't not getting no pushback from me. But to me, it's do it to the extreme. I'm not going to repeat myself, but it's to the extreme based on the example I just gave. Would you at least concede
No,
that?
but
What I'm saying?
well, Otis, you just added different context. Now, under
You
the
was
context that you're adding, that this is the second situation that he did have his nest egg, and then he's just going through trials and tribulations. Then, if that's the case, then yes, he's just going through hard times, and they need to his wife need to work it out with him to help him get back ahead. But that's not what I heard on the video.
right,
No,
but
she
so, but
gone.
so,
I didn't
so,
hear
so you saying
I
the
didn't hear
first
on the
time?
video.
So based off the video, let's keep it real. So based off the video, just the first time, and he doesn't have
Right,
that next egg. So based off that,
right,
wow, okay,
right.
I get what you're saying. I don't agree, but I get what you're saying. And I say that because it sounds like I'm talking off both sides of my neck. I agree that a man should have a nest egg before he proposes marriage to his wife. I agree with that. No pushback. So if I agree with that, in theory, the conversation should be stopped. In theory, because I agree with that. That's what Sharon would do on his show, and I like him for that. And that's what you're trying to do right now. But it's hard for me to do that because, again, I lived what that man went through. Not with my wife leaving me, but I've been through that situation to whereas my nest egg had diminished a couple of times. So that's the part I'm having an issue with because based on, again, what you're saying, now one, where you're saying two things. One, you saying that I didn't continue to follow the provision that I made with God. And that's kind of woe to me because shit, I fell off. Life happens. But I'm thinking my wife should be that rib that she is to be there to help me get back on my feet. That's what a wife, one of the duties would be to help support me as I get back on my feet, whether it takes 1 day or 31 days. And if that
Exactly.
31 day had come and I ain't there yet, but she see I'm making strides to get there, she should be helping and willing to help because she know I'm going to be right back. That's all I'm saying. You understand?
Right.
That's
Right.
all.
But I didn't get that part. I didn't get that from the video though, Otis. What I got from the video
Okay.
was this man, this man was telling her, "Hey, I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna get it together, and I'm gonna be able to do it." And basically, he was lying to her, and he what didn't have it figured out, and
How
he
you
didn't have it together, and now all of a sudden he's reliant on her for provision. That's what I heard from the video. I didn't hear anything about, well, you know what? When I first
damn.
got with him, he had his nest egg, and he was able to take care of the responsibilities. And if that was the case, right? And I believe if that's the case, then that woman would have given him grace because she would have known. Well, I know my
Nah.
husband, and I know he's a hard worker, and I know he has a good plan, right? So just because he fell on hard times, I'ma stand by him, I'ma support him because I know he's gonna get us back to the mantle that he had us there in the beginning, right? But that's not what I heard from this video. So Otis, you got to
Wow.
separate your own situation
No,
from
no,
the
don't do
situation
that.
from the
No,
video
no, 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 don't do
because
that. See, no,
you
bruh.
already established. I talk about this all the time, Otis. It's establishing trust, right? And
Hmm.
So
you have already established a level of trust with your wife because you already had your nest egg and everything in order when she married you. So she
Okay.
already knew that you was responsible, you was accountable, and you had a certain level of self-discipline and financial intuitiveness, right?
Okay.
So
Okay.
what I'm saying is that you had already built that trust. So if when you fell off, right, she said, "Hey, I know the man I married. I know that he's gonna get us back to that level that we was at. So now I'm gonna support him and I'm gonna be with him every step of the way until he get
Hmm.
us back there." That's totally different than what I heard in the video.
Wow. Well, and first, okay, I'm going to agree to disagree because I heard what you said and I get you. And of course, it's all respect. I don't see how you got that assumption and that characterization of watching the video that I saw. It's like we're watching two different videos, and this is why we're having this small little disconnect. And for the record, even though I did bring up my situation, I'm not tying in my life with that video. I'm not. I can relate to it, but I'm not tying it in. But it seems like we're just hearing two different things on this video. But we're just gonna have to agree to disagree, which is totally fine, which is what makes America great. But before I go any further, what do you have to say on the topic? I know you've been waiting patiently, and I appreciate you, sir. What do you have to say on the topic, Haitian?
you know what? And first of all, first and foremost, what's up, nation? It is your boy Haitian. How is
There
everyone
you
doing
go.
out there? Got to put that in there. But on the real, and Brownsville, trust. I listen to you and Sharon when Otis on there when I can all the time. But just by what you're saying, by what you're doing is, and I'm gonna just put it point blank like this. What you're saying is with him not being able to keep his obligation of keeping a job at that moment. and his wife doing what she did. Nevertheless, you're telling that the man is wrong for you're saying that the man has failed for doing that. That's actually, to me, that's allowing women to love their man under conditions. We're supposed to love each other unconditionally. Now women have conditions. That is giving them a condition to love their husband. Oh, he can't support the family right now for a month. It's been a month. He can't support. Oh no, I can't do that. I can't be with him like that. And then that's wrong for real. But that's what you're projecting. That's what I got out of what you just said. And don't get me wrong. A lot of the stuff you said was pretty good, but how many young men actually out here have the opportunity to try to build a nest egg before they find somebody they want to be with? A
And
lot of them
truly has
don't
the
think
right
about stuff
intention,
like that.
and has the right intention. But I guess
So
Right.
intention
Haitian,
don't count
so
though. But
Haitian,
intention
let me
don't
let me
count.
respond
Wow,
to
I
that.
got you.
Let me respond to that real quick, right? So I started my talking points and basically said they both was wrong. They both failed in
Yeah.
marriage,
I know that.
right?
I know that. I
So
know
so
that.
so that's number one. But number two, when it comes to the love that you're talking about, whether conditionally or unconditionally, we throw love out there too much, right? Without defining what it's supposed to represent and what it's supposed to be, right?
Wow.
Love doesn't mean that you should take abuse. Love doesn't mean that uh you don't hold people accountable, right? What I'm talking about and what's actually more fervent in order to create a greater balance of love is trust, right? That is what you should be building within a relationship before you get to that marriage plateau. But when you're dating this woman intentionally, you should be building trust, and he should be building trust with her, right? And if there's certain expectations that she has and that he has that they have agreed upon, then those are the things that they should be following through. So you can't use love, for instance, as a scapegoat because you've now that you can't meet the expectations that you agreed to and that you made a promise to keep, right? Love can't be the scapegoat for that. What I'm saying is we're missing the context of that situation. If the context of that situation is like Otis was putting it, that hey, he did have his nest egg, he did have his stuff together, and he already went through it, and now this is the second time he's going through it for whatever reason, right? There was already a certain level of trust that has been established. But the majority of time when we hear these type of stories, what we're hearing is the initial trust wasn't properly established,
I get
right?
you. There was no
So
initial there was no initial trust. There was no initial nest egg to begin with. They just went off the fact of quote unquote they're in love and it's gonna work out and it's gonna be fixed. It's gonna be fine. Trust me.
right,
I
Okay.
listen.
right.
So,
Okay.
So
Now hear me.
so
Hold on.
what
Let me
okay.
say
we
this.
should be doing,
Okay.
Haitian and Otis, what we should be doing, right,
Okay.
is teaching young men
Th- th-
fiscal
here we go.
responsibility,
There we go. Thank you.
teaching
Thank
young
you.
men how to uh keep and maintain commitments,
Okay.
teaching young men how to uh, be ambitious out in the workforce, teaching young men to think outside of the box in order to establish certain reserves, like your own businesses or owning rental properties, owning real
Mhm.
estate, CD accounts, stocks and bonds. We should be teaching men to do all of those things, but the number one thing before we even get to any of those things we should be teaching young men is to recalibrate their value system. Remove sex, lust, and degeneracy from the top, replace it with God, and then add those important values like honor, integrity, selfless service, courage, accountability, responsibility, self reflection. All of those things are necessary before you put yourself in a position to become a husband, right?
I
Because
got
when you
you.
have all
Okay.
of those
Listen.
things
in line and intact, right? And you build that trust, then you're not going to be in a situation as this video, right? Because that woman who have already seen and identified all those characteristics that I named, she's going to do whatever possible to assist and help you get back to that point that you were in the beginning.
I got you. Well, let me say this. I'm not gonna lie. Let me say this. Everything that you just said, the beginning part, I agree with, and I'm glad you said it. And this is, I'm going to be very more poignant to get to what we're saying because we're getting to the resolution now. I'm glad. And I'm going to say this. I still, for the record, don't agree with your assessment of not holding up the covenant or the provision before God. I don't agree with that. I really don't. I'm going to go our separate ways. But what I do agree with you on, and I would champion you, I would champion you with this, and I will stand by side with you, and I will have my megaphone with you, and I agree with this. Men need to be taught how to finance, to get that nest egg together, to do everything you said. I have to agree with that 100%. There are far too many marriages, let's keep it real, that start off on the wrong foot, that don't have that nest egg. So I would have to agree with you there. Take the emotion out of it. Let's just be real. It's more than just love at that point. You have to have that nest egg. So I give you that. That's not naive. There's nothing wrong with that. So there's no point on me to dwell on the what if this was the second nest egg and he just ain't got it saved up. Those possibilities do happen, and I still believe in my heart that no matter what, it was the first nest egg or not, that wife's supposed to be there with you to get through that. But prior to that, I get you. Before that even happened, get that nest egg together. Have the wherewithal to know how to have that nest egg. Have a second form of income coming in. Do something to prevent yourself from being in that position. I give you that. You're right on that.
Right.
But life happens though, and that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But you get no complaints, no pushback based on what you're saying. I like to come in though after that on that part of, well, what if something does happen? Well, I got that experience on what if something does happen. But I get what you're saying. Let's get to the point to where we don't have to have that happen. Let's have this next egg where it could be second, just like second nature. And let's teach this to the young. But let's keep it real. We have our hands full. It's a heavy job because most adults, grown men, 30 plus, 40 plus, 50 plus, don't know how to do that. Again, the average person
Well,
does not
because
have a
Otis,
nest egg.
Otis, let me
Yes,
let
sir.
me let me cut in there because
Okay, what's up?
me and my wife over the weekend we had this specific discussion on this topic, right?
Okay.
And what we decided to do was in terms of our kids, even though we're doing our job to make sure that they're successful and that to make sure that they have their stuff together, we're not looking at it in the way that our forefathers in our community looked at it as, well, once you turn 18, you got to get out of the house. See, that was the initial problem, right? Because we created a situation within the nuclear family to where we're starting off from behind because someone who's 18, it's impossible for them to have a nest egg, right? It's even impossible for somebody 21 to have a nest egg, right?
Mm,
So they need support from the family, right? In such a way to help them build that. So me and my wife had this discussion. We said, hey, we're not putting the kids out. We're going to allow them to go to college, to
okay.
have jobs, and stay within the home. And they're not going to have to pay the bulk of any type of bill. We'll have them pay their phone bill. We'll have them might pay the light bill. We'll teach them fiscal responsibility in terms of paying bills. But what we're also teaching them to do is to build that nest egg. So by the time they're 25 and 26, they have that nest egg there and they've matured enough to become worthy of a husband or a wife, right?
Mm-hmm.
I
Yep.
think the problem that we have in our culture now is we are dismissing the fact that we have to help each other and we have
I
to help
agree.
our children,
Right.
and we cannot put so much onus and responsibility on the kids at such a young age.
Right.
That's to their detriment. And in
Hmm.
order for us to get ahead, we have to be more community minded in
Yes.
that regard.
Yes, I agree with you. You're right. You're right. Again, use my real life situation. I remember I couldn't wait to get out the house. Me being a young man, fresh out of high school, went into the army. I couldn't wait to get out there on my own. Times are different now. Parents back then, not all. I don't think my mother did. I can't know. She didn't do it. I was putting myself out. But some parents tend to rush their kids out too soon. Oh, I can't wait till you turn 18, yada yada with the rules. So
Mhm.
I agree with you
Right.
there. We don't have that community, and I applaud what you're doing. I'm not rushing you out the house. Stay, go get your college education. Your room's still here, yada yada with the rule. You still gonna have some
Right.
type of responsibility with a credit card or two and a cell phone, so you can build your credit up. So when you do get out, you already have
Right.
that credit line established. Trust me, I get where you're going with it. That needs to be standard. So I
Right.
applaud you most definitely. I get you. So we're definitely on the same page, Brownsville. We definitely on the same page. We have no quorums. Not people saying that we do. We have no quorums. We just have a different way of going about it. I see it just a little slightly different. But I could say for the record, a good 85 to 90%, we there. We there. I agree with you. We just move slightly different. But the end game to me is still the same. The end game is still the same, teaching men how to be true men, even though it's hard to get the value system up. Don't put sex first. Everything you saying, trust me, I roll with. Again, to be full transparent, I just have an issue with sometimes you just make it sound too good. It's just platitudes. And I don't think they hear the reality. So that's where I tend to want to come in and discuss the more reality based part of what you're saying. Because again, what you're saying is not false, it's accurate. So I
Right.
roll
Yeah.
And
with you, bro.
oftentimes in in those shows and on those panels, we're not really able to go in depth
Like
with
like like we doing
how,
now.
right,
Yep.
like we're doing now, right?
Yes.
But
Mm-hmm.
once we go in depth, and you'll say, yeah, oh yeah, I understand totally what you're talking about. Yes, what you're saying is correct, right? So just because on Sharon's show it sounds like platitudes and it sounds like perfection, but in all actuality, is it the reason why it sounds like that is because we have become predisposed to a toxic culture and a toxic mindset to the point to where the stuff that I'm saying seems like, oh, it's impossible to achieve.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
all I'm
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I hear you.
But you know what? You know what? Before we can get to where you're trying to where you're talking about, we need to get the men to. Before we can get to that plateau, we gotta end we gotta destroy the foundation that they own now, which is the streets.
right. And that's why, and I'm glad you brought that up, Haitian. That's a beautiful point. And that's why I'm on my campaign right now, battling up against the Rim Brothers.
I rock with you, bro. I
Right.
like you. I rocks with you, bro. We have our little fun going back and forth, but you can see whether you want to admit it or not. We're definitely close on the same ideology. We really are. Again, you might not want to admit it. We just have different ways of probably expressing ourselves and how we go about it. But trust me, I have no problem based on, like I said, minus the platitudes part of what you're saying, not to rehash that. But let me go over this real quick. Shout out to Natasha Vincent. Like I told you, I will mess a word up. Quorums, quarrels. Yeah, I'm going to look up the definition to see which one I need to be using. But yeah, I will mess a word up. I laugh at myself. Yes, I'll mess a word up. Shout out to you. Also, too, I got one super chat. Thank you, Crypto Girl LA. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Let me see. Fan character bouncing their heart-shaped ponytail with stars in their eye. Okay. Okay. All right, Crypto Gorilla Girl. I appreciate you. My fault. Crypto Girl LA, not Crypto Gorilla. Crypto Girl LA. Thank you, ma'am. You already know I rock with you. We've been rocking with each other for the last almost year or so. I appreciate you. Let me give out my shots and my thank you to the chat. Thank you, Chief Matt, for tuning in. You know I rocks with you. Thank you, Young Bolden Jordan. Also, too, somebody just told on themselves. Shout out to the Simp God. What's good, Otis? I hope we good. Never meant to. My fault. Never meant no disrespect. Just reacting to the video. I pray you and the family good. You just told on yourself. I don't even know what you're talking about, and I don't think I want to go look at it now because I know it's YouTube and I know how you roll. So based on what you just said, you said something. So I'm not going to go look. You have my word. I'm not going to look because I know I'm a man. I'm trying to control my emotions. I want to move in stoicism. So I know if I look at it, it's going to flare me up. So man to man, thank you for saying what you're saying. You must feel some type of way because you made the statement. So, but yes, we are good.
Right.
I'm being real. So,
Right.
but yes, we are good. I don't even know what you said. I can't take it personally because I really don't know you. I know of you. I respect you as a man, but I don't know you. So I don't even take it serious. But thank you for coming into the chat and saying what you're saying with all due respect. But no, I'm not going to look at it because I'm not going to even go there. But with that being said, it's been 4 hours. I'm going to end this show here now. Again, thank you, Brownsville, for coming through. You know, I was
Now, Otis,
not.
let me say
Hold up.
this, man.
Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Let me say this, Otis. So
Yes, go ahead,
listen,
sir.
you know I rock with you. You know I'ma support you. Keep doing your thing. Keep going. And whenever I get an opportunity, I'ma come up to have a conversation with you, man. Peace and love to you and your fam.
Thank you, man. And same to you, man.
Yeah.
Peace to you and your family. Thanks. Hey, same to you, man. I appreciate you for real. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Much love, man. Much love, Brownsville.
Well,
Real,
listen,
real
hey
talk.
man, yeah, Brownsville, good people, man.
Yeah.
People
Oh,
can
trust,
say
trust and believe.
what
Yeah.
they want to say. People think for some reason, I don't know why they think that, but they only think that on Sharon Bracey's platform. They think him and I have words and all that. Nah, man, Brownsville are good. That's why over here it shows we can have the dialogue. We can
Right.
have the back and forth. I didn't agree
Right.
with everything he said, but we agreed to disagree and we came to a resolution. I
Yeah.
promise you. And that's what it's all about. There was no name calling. It was no disrespectfulness, yada, yada, with the woo, you know. But
Right.
and that's what it should be, bro. So
Yeah.
listen,
That's the only reason I jumped in the game because it was just something he said. Just
yeah,
I,
he said something to rub me. Yeah, you know, yeah, I'm like,
yeah.
what? But yeah. But I'm not finna go there. But again, shout out to the chat. I appreciate you guys for coming in, for tuning in and hanging. Matter of fact, shout out to DB. I didn't know you were in here. I don't know if you're still in here, but thanks for coming through, DB. I appreciate you. Who else? I'm just
Why?
going through. Okay. Oh man, Shicey Bun been showing her ass, man. Hey, listen, I rocks with Shicey Bun. Shicey Bun been showing
Right.
her ass. Shout out to Sharon was over here. Okay,
Yeah.
damn. I
Yeah.
didn't know Sharon was over here.
Yeah.
Damn, okay. I would have, damn, okay. Shout out to you, Sharon, and happy birthday to you, sir. Happy
Yeah.
birthday
Happy
to you.
born day, man. Happy
Yeah,
born
shout
day.
out to you. Texas Made, thank you for coming through. Who else? But yeah,
Nobody.
listen. Yes, and shout out to Kasim. Most definitely, he came through. Appreciate it. Shout out to Sonically Correct. Yes. Let me say, fool has spoken. I don't know if he was talking about me or Brownsville, but shout out to you anyway. It's all good. Ice Tay in here. Okay. A lot of people just came that I haven't seen in a while. I appreciate you. Hey, with that being said, hey, great show. Thanks for coming through, cuz. Hey, you got them papers?
No.
Okay,
I'm coming to get.
I guess you got something to put in the papers, right?
Yep.
Okay,
You know
well,
that.
listen. Well, come on through. Cuz about to come through. We are in Missouri. We about to get high off some marijuana. Yes, we are. And
Yep.
guess what? I will see you, family. I will see you next time. Ah.
Holla.
OtisWho. Music.
Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis.